those from the Mahama flock who are in angst about what Mr.
Right now, you call Ghana Parliament. The parliamentary proceedings is taking place for the coming 8th section of the Parliament.
The biggest surprise I can go
They're in the process of dissolving the 7th Parliament. By midnight, it comes on.
When it has to do with the assent of. Now, your NDC colleagues tell us he is going to be participating fully.
I think we've cited him in the chamber.
Yes,
yeah.
But they say he's there.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to that?
You see, I think that we should do some public education. First of all, tonight, Parliament is just one polling station. I've heard people talk about, who is sitting on the majority side, who is sitting. It all doesn't matter. Parliament is only a polling station tonight for the purposes of electing a speaker who will then proceed to swear in members of Parliament. And then if the appetite is there to elect the deputy speakers tonight, we may choose to do so as well. Therefore, tonight, in our estimation, who sits on the left, who sits on the right is inconsequential. And that's why we have elected that we will not grant the grace of this drama that our friends from the other side are hoping they can engineer by coming in early, sitting on the right, then hoping that we'll come in and try and remove them or something. That's what they're hoping to engineer. We're not going to grant them that. Because tonight, if you read the rules, the business is simple. The clerk of Parliament after midnight will announce that these are MP select. The 8th Parliament is about to commence. We don't have a speaker. May I receive nominations? When those nominations are made available, we will then go into a vote. Now that vote, like every other vote at every other polling station, you don't show up and say, I want to vote. You've covered elections. If you showed up at any polling station and said, I want to vote because my father says I should come and vote, you'll be thrown out. Because the security at the polling station, the electoral officials at the polling station. What is going to happen is that they are going to call the roll of MPs elect as has been provided by the Electoral Commission. And if indeed the clerk has been served by the ruling of the court, then it means that Parliament is injuncted from calling a particular name from a particular constituency. Is that person going to say at that point that he has elected that he's coming by force for a ballot paper to go and vote and put it in the box? Tell me, you are a journalist, you cover elections at polling stations. So it's the drama that our colleagues on the other side are looking for. But there are rules that apply, and you will notice when the time comes that they will call. They will call Ofonsia Yebi Kojo Opon Kruma. They can't call anybody else. And assuming somebody's been injuncted or I've been injuncted, and the clerk has been served, the clerk will be stopped from calling me to come and receive a ballot paper, because just like any polling station where your name is not on the voter roll. So I don't think there should be too much worry. We on our side are quite clear. The most important thing is to ensure that the minimum 138 votes that we require, we get it to get our proposed speaker in the box, and we should be fine.
Okay. Elting just been managed to speak to Acheampong Ketia, because I know the party is involved in the decisions, and I know your party as well in everything. We're going to be getting Acheampong Ketia's interview to you shortly. Elting will stand by with that. But isn't that the thing about the whip and the party? Your party is whipping you with your whip, obviously, and the question about what's going to happen. The NDC side is firm on what is going to happen tonight
in terms of
their posture. You've talked about the drama. They are insisting that the man will vote, and that, first of all, the service. You know, if I have to confirm that I
don't have clarity on that one. I've heard in the grapevine that the clerk has been served. I can't confirm that. You may want to have your people check. But listen, assuming clerk has not even been served, we have a minimum 138 votes that we're hoping to have in the bag, which still gives us a majority in electing our speaker. If the clerk has been served, then it means that he will be stopped from participating in that process. So I think we should let the rules play out. It's not really a big deal.
Quick confirmations. Who's your nominee for first deputy speaker?
We are pretty clear in our mind that Joseph Osei-Usu will be our nominee for first deputy speaker, assuming we opt to go for that election tomorrow morning as well.
And the second deputy?
Well, again, there's a lot of conversation in the caucus. There are those who are of the view that we should be magnanimous, and despite what our colleagues are doing to try and mar the whole occasion, let the conventions of Parliament prevail, in which case they have indicated to us that they will want the Honorable Dominic Ayine to be elected as second deputy speaker. There are those on our side who say grant them that, let's continue to be gracious. There are those who say that if they go ahead to mar the processes, then a nomination should be brought for our good friend, the Honorable Acheampong from Fomena, to take that up. But I'm sure by the time we get there, we will be quite clear on how things would have panned out overnight.
Now, I'm interested in when they indicated to you that Dominic Ayine is the one they want to present as second deputy speaker. When did they tell you this?
This has been in the halls of Parliament for the last about 3-4 days. It was actually, may I say, a back and forth between Mahama Yariga and Dominic Ayine, and they've been talking to us. I mean, let's be honest, they've been talking
And
to
even
us.
after they decided to bring urban bagging, they've still been talking
Yes,
to you
they've
about
still been
it.
talking to us, and there are those on their side who are, making the point that this is a novel parliament. It's 137, 137. Therefore, no matter what happens, we should still be magnanimous. And there are those on our side who have the view that that is the way to go. There are those who are more hard-lined at it. But in the end, leadership will give guidance, and then we'll follow.
So what's your view on that?
Leadership will give guidance, and we'll follow.
But you think you should be magnanimous to let them have it?
Leadership will give guidance, and we'll follow.
We've heard that those who say, well, if they insist, then let's punish them by taking all 4. 3, except that the Constitution then makes it impossible for that to happen because the 2 must be from parties other than yours.
And that is why some have suggested that in that case, then you nominate the Fomena
MP.
Yes,
That is if he's interested.
Yes. If you have a written consent from
He's
him.
arguably the most important man in Ghana right now. He can get anything he wants. He just has to ask.
Yeah.
If I were him, I would probably ask for something bigger.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kojo, thank you very much for joining
Thank
us.
you, and congratulations to the entire country. I think if you look at the feed coming in from the Chamber of Parliament, what some expected would have been that by now there's chaos, people trying to move our friends from the other side. But if you go to the Bible, the woman who is the actual mother of the baby is the one who said, don't cut up the baby. If she wants to fight over the baby, we can do this in a magnanimous manner so that we save the beauty of the occasion. And that is the approach that the majority side has taken in this matter. After all, tonight is just a polling station in Parliament. We are here. In fact, we can choose not to sit in the chamber. We can choose to sit in the gallery. Because what will happen is that they will call the names one by one to come. If voting starts now and I'm not in the chamber, my name will be called and I'll go in and cast my ballot and I can come and sit back here. So we're not going to mar the beauty of the occasion by following this drama that our colleagues on the other side are hoping to bring up. We are clear in our minds that it's a solemn occasion and we should let the Ghanaian democracy benefit from it. You've seen the kind of awkward pictures coming from the US.
Yeah.
Is that what we want here in Ghana? No, we don't want that here in Ghana. And so we're going to have a very dignified ceremony in the wee hours of the morning and tomorrow as well in the makeshift chamber when we go for the inauguration of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Baumia. And then we'll move it from
Let
there.
me ask you this. I'm curious. I saw you emerge from a bus.
Yes.
Were you camped?
Camped,
all
no.
of you sort of-
Camped, no. We've been having a series of caucus meetings, and because there are different views, some are new members, etc., you can't do all of it here. So we've been at a hotel where we've gone through, the various things that we want to do, we don't want to do. There are those who have different views on how we should go about this, and you need to explain to them that these are the rules. We don't need to be radical about this. This is how we can achieve this in the end. If that is what people want to call camping, well, I won't begrudge them that. But you notice that I think both sides, we've been at various caucusing points, and then we've come here in buses, and we'll be doing same
I guess
tomorrow as well.
When you first came in 4 years ago, did you come with a group? Everybody?
No, we didn't.
Yeah,
we
but
didn't.
I guess that's my curiosity.
Yeah.
Was there something special about this year that somebody said?
I think this year
let's
one
get
of
everybody
the-
to come together.
I think this year one of the biggest things has been the security risk.
Okay.
We have been warned to be very careful because there are suspicions that people could be prevented from coming in here so that you don't have the 138 to get the numbers that you are looking for, or people could even be harmed as part of this exercise. And it's important not to take anything for granted. So we've spent about 2 days or so going through a number of things, particularly to get the new members aligned. I think that's what our colleagues on the other side. And I think now you're having drama unfold in the chamber. Very
So
unfortunate.
it looks as somebody had attempted to drag somebody from their seat.
Yeah.
And as you see this unfold, that's what it looks like. I see Yilitre there, and I see a lot of the leaders also there. And this obviously is a drama that Kojo said we don't want to see, but it's playing out now. I see a lot of your colleague female MPs who are yelling and there's heated exchange of words on the floor right now. And it appears this has to do with the seating arrangement because somebody had taken a seat and I
exactly what happened in other states. I mean, it's gradually merging in Ghana's parliament right now.
I see now was as a home Yashishana, Untiminya, Bibia, be affect you, be title. Those are some of the things I expect the public relations unit also almost some year proactive. I'm sure man for near pass bills so yeah constituency church no almost some year other stakeholder engagement at the church and run a passing home for so you creating loans I New crime say the Bayer Accra Tamato Akosombo dualization. Maybe crime say Tamato Central University Pram 2 lanes there. A lot of things. We did say Nana Kufado Abana within the next year and a half. No, Niama a bear on fold, a month for Bagasa. To wait no my Nana Muntbin Kanwasan. Sabi, Nipan be Broma Sui on Mude, Nampenom. Into when who's idea no, I have a fan, I do Pempeso. We are officer of Sabi who didn't 20, your Bonya Empire, send a Joy, a Baba.
Mamma was in a phones here. I was saying, or can't we central Rashebedeni, Unyan for Patrick Boama, and Yaneno, Achatrain and Como, Yachese, Wade and Shimo, Amayeno. It's a brano, yes, sir, I can't and Penifona, Yabekosona, Yanumo, Achatrain and Como, not Yashe.
Yes, I could see Canada, Japan, Canada, a peacemaker. Not only they make peace.
Ekoso, was say you remuna, your koshe say, Diana Ekoso, Ewo, and Rashebedum Honomo and Casa. Yebekona, ni Wumubiano, yet to me a day I'm a tier for a few honor so not yehu, a free sabri year kono, and ye enche, a bishampo, enche, ye frustration, Tinas and Enche, Yebekoso, Ewo Hono, Yebema, a tier for a to me at say, ye call a press gallery, Babia and Centre for Etna. So Yebejina Honomo, Nani Yebekoso Biano, yet to me a day at Tuja, Ama, a tier for to me, at the beauty de dea, Ekoswa. You remuna, you Wumubiano. It's me a day, Abba. The same Kunyano who did Noana, a Guswa, a Kosono. And Kunyano who did Noa, and a Guswa, a Kosono. Say, oh, share live, I don't TV swag. Sabre did not a Kosono. A drum, and I say, I do so more air tour. It's oh, share live. The air Koso and no. A drum I want to near my air Koso. I don't TV so. Asempa FM, Ishra FM. I wish I would say, Pantia, my problem side. It's you so. Yeah, share. They say, Nipa no Matna Afri, he said, your room we are no sha. Utimi said, or more, a war dom do no 7 parliaments, and a big na honomo, a bia jebia convent in over San and Mexico soa. Only a chef white no, do one a chef white no. NDC, Emmanuel Emu, and I won't more if we. It's a Busiania Cosobiano. I don't TV so any way. I am a Shabedre Tosso and so, ya and then, and penny for the wound semina a baby yet. You really are nature say, and my Shabedre Tosso and what channel. Ya they share as see I will have say. It's in here, a BPA, Obia, Ubia Konya, Pia, Checoba, Dina. And I grew I don't TV so. So, Utia Sona own to me and Shaya, and Nubinia Candia Cosono, and I do not shipita. Dom Kumano, and I and they, or defita by Kunim di almost say or wedding, or my camp and 49 and watch train for mono, and you be some all can say 137, 137. It's all who said, Obi any one of my to me canna and net say, or your majority, and I say, Obi a minority. Lemon says speaker, or when you to a Benny who speaker. na yɛkyerɛ ne ɔbɛba majority ne ɔbɛba minority a megye di sɛ saa kyinye yi a ɛrekɔ so nyinaa no ɛtoɔ ɛbɛtumi atwa wohwɛ a ɛyɛ ayɛ akyinye fi sɛ mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ a wɔgyina hɔ no wohu sɛ New Draben South mmarahyɛbadwani saa da so ɛna yɛagba kubɔri mmarahyɛbadwani ɛso gyina emu ebi yɛ ɔmo nyinaa na sɛ obi akonnwa no ɛyerɛ a Sam George so ɛna kyerɛ sɛ wɔgyina mu Kwamena Dɔnkɔ Dr. Kwamena Dɔnkɔ deɛ na sɛ ahwɛyɛ ne ntoma na ɛbɛyi agu wɔahwɛyɛ ne ntoma no ɛbɛyi agu efi sɛ Sam George na ɛpata no menim nipa kora a wɔne no ɔne Hawa Kumsin ɛna de ɛbɔ so ɛwɔ hɔ nom Dr. Kwamena Dɔnkɔ ɛne mmarahyɛbadwani ɛma ɔmanfoɔ kaasoa Kofi Agye nkurɔfoɔ no apie mu ɛwɔ ha sɛ nti no wotumi ehu sɛ nkonnwa no ho akyinye no a ɛna kyerɛ sɛ ɛrekɔ so no wohwɛ a mfonyin ɛda so ɛwɔ Adom TV so no onumunyamfoɔ Dr. Kwamena Dɔnkɔ ɛna Sam George ɛpatapata noɔ ɛna Hawa Kumsin so ɛto ne nsama no a ne nyinaa no ɛyɛ nkonnwa no a wei gye di sɛ ɛha na mete wei suso gye di sɛ ɛha ɛna ɛwɔ sɛ metena ɛso mpanimfoɔ no so bi anya abɔkyerɛ yɛ a ɔrepata ɛna ɛmeka sɛ yɛ maame firi da prɛmpa sɛ mmarima no deɛ wɔn ne ɛne wɔtwetwe nkɔmmɔ nyinaa no wɔkyerɛ sɛ ɔmo baa ne gyina hɔ koraa ɔmo bɛgyina hɔ nom kɔsi sɛ nneɛma mpanimfoɔ yɛ no wɔbɛtumi awie nanso sɛ wohwɛ a mmaa no deɛ asɛ yɛde akonnwa a ɛyɛ aba mu ɛwɔ hɔ nom yɛ maame Dokuya ɛna Hawa Kumsin saa da so ɛne yɛ maame firi da prɛmpɛ wɔn mu a ogyina mu a asɛ yɛde akonnwa ɛyɛ aba mu no etu ti deda a ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ Adom TV Adom FM Asempa FM Share FM so a ne nyinaa no ɛyɛ mmarahyɛbadwam ɛnɛ yi amamuo yɛ a ɛtɔ so ɛnan mmarahyɛbadwa ɛtɔ so nson yɛ mpanimfoɔ de ba awieɛ ameɛde awura mmarahyɛbadwa a ɛtɔ so nwɔtwe mu no ɛho nsɛm ɛna ɛrekɔ so no baabi a ɛyɛ asoafoɔ ba a ogyina na nsɛm a ɛwɔ so wɔde to dwa ɔmo de ato dwa no ɛsɛ mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ no sɛ mehuma akonnwa nti dodoɔ no a ogyegya mfimfini wei de ne sa hyɛ ne bɔtɔ mu wei gyegya hɔ ɛrehwɛ ɛna majority leader so awura mu majority leader onumunyamfoɔ sɛ ekyir mensa bonsu awura mu eti yɛhwɛ baabi a ɔrebɛtena ɛne sɛnea nneɛma bɛsi akɔma ehu sɛ ɔne onumunyamfoɔ Haruna Idrisu ɛna egyina hɔ nom a nkɔmmɔ didie mu wɔn mu ahyɛ aseɛ ɛwɔ hɔ nom na ntɔkwa no deɛ abusua ɛnɛ sɛ obi a ntwitwadeɛ fie ha a na deɛ bɛka so ebi sɛ wɔn mu a wobɛhwɛ no na sɛ obi ɛde abufuo wei de abufuo na sɛ yɛ so asan afa mu saa nti yɛgyidie ne sɛ ɔmo de bɛyɛ agorɔ ɛde ayɛ agorɔ saa ɛnyi bɛyɛ tentan biara sɛ ɛde ntɔkwa biara bɛba efisɛ sandengu mmarahyɛbadwani ɔkaa sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ mmara yɛ adwuma no wɔno na ɔrekɔ a wɔn nso yɛ patapata no ɛwɔ hɔnom ebi efuseni ɛna mpanimfoɔ patapata no wɔ hɔnom no na minim adekora a wɔkɔyɛ asese yɛtwe ne tan ɛwɔ hɔnom no onimonyamfoɔ ayi wɔ afie dɔkta ayi wɔ afie ɛne mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ no bi pata ebi efuseni minim adekora a ɔkɔpɛ no wɔ mfimfini hɔnom ɔmo pata no so pata no a wɔnte no ho ase baabia minim nipa kora kyerɛ sɛ ɔne no ɛpere so ɛwɔ hɔnom ɛso ɛno na medi kan yɛ sɛ ɛnɛ no asɛ wɔ mu a na wɔegu afu na wɔagya mu kakra na wɔegu afu na ɔmo apatapata ɔmo ho a eti sɛ ɛbɛgye hee deɛ I doubt sɛ ɛbɛtumi adu saa stage ne sɛ ɛdu sɛ ɔmo pata no a ɛtumi ba sɛ ɔmo koraa no from ɔmo own side no yɛyɛ NDC foɔ no mu sɛ NDC ni na ɛba NDC foɔ no bi try sɛ ɔmo stop no sɛ NPP foɔ no so a na ɔmo mu so bi try sɛ ɔmo bɛ stop no ti obiara try sɛ from nea mi hu on the floor no wei try sɛ obiara bɛhwɛ sɛ ɔmo mma pɛpɛyɔ ayɛ adwuma eti sɛnea medikan ɛde ato dwa no yɛgyidie ne sɛ bibiara ebi adede yɔ bɛba ebi akyinye bɛba na emom sɛ mato twɛdeɛ sɛ hehe yakɔ so aboro so deɛ menyi ni sɛ ebetumi aba ha sei ɔmo egyina mfimfini deɛ wɔ mu ana baako bo afu na ayɛ hee ɛwɔ hɔ nom wɔ mu ana baako bo afu na ayɛ hee ɛmaa no so ɛpere so ɛwɔ hɔ nom a sesei deɛ asɛ calmness no ɛɛba kakra nipa a na amanfoɔ hu wɔn sɛ ebi a wɔn mu ɔmbɛyɛ dede na Sam George pata ntɔkwa nti wotumi sɛ ayɛ sɛ Yenina Yabeshi and Hoso, Yanya Betina baby at Sedia, and Yabeshi and Hoso, Pamenta Kando, also Moa, no or Atone and Sakakra, Moa no Atone and Sakakra. Say Nipa one so Spake no was Spaki be so for share communication so for her communication so Unmunyam for Esla Owusu and also Nede Abamono. Say MPP Emmanuel Acheampong for penning John Borden or yes or about so Omudi de Edin Echi. Meka Dom Kumano and now one more Eddie de Edin Echi. Sorry, Conus into another one funny baby or funny baby. Eti was my first sitting arrangements no. Adiabakwa me buy a mahui a year when we young for Collins Dauda any a slow soup. Omakunyano bohon. Omakunyano ebohon. When we young for a slow soup any kentinka. Omuti a nimu, konyam ye no about Mosankonawe, see Mubia, Mekai iti mensa, Cletus Avoca, or more my breson and Abu say, ye more minister say, I can say Bemi and Sebino, and ye do on better any more Mosankoyano. Now a name a slow sutia Kunyaba so, and a Colin Dauda sutia Kunyaba so me a nubo, Konyam ye no a bohon, it's in no assay, or much nafra. So when any panajo Kunyana Peso Bako Chiane, no force no atnemu. As Lucina who said, Ofra NDC for no emu, oh babia or more betanano, speaker Nifan Sono, a honomo, and a wonumo abetna. They say, so today they be a wetcha. Nani a coso no, a coso our house has say, and no. Many abetna Sanchez do, and I agree, your has say. It's in here, your boom cacrani, a boom cacra. If Adiaba come here, a slow sooner calling Dauda or Moti Akunyaba Kuso. And no meaning say, Dadano, son or Moti, I won't there be Albaha, son certain arrangements net here.
And yes, I it's everywhere. So the Indian was a element who was in Abano. When I was slow, so free upon Tiabano. I did so cast say, on the Babia Nortino, Obako Taho. And I say, Obako Tababia Nortino. It's say, ono de bufu ni fra bon tin bae enti ye hwe ya na ohoko hye eye dom dodo no and I say NDC for MPs ni wo no ana ye de hwe emfoni bi kra capture sisi a ona bo ye bi ye fuseni e kana person ni ona bo Emmanuel Acheampong on ye minister national
security Emmanuel Acheampong na ye bi ye fuseni ne na ko no
eh oso mo ne kwan no ne nko eti kanye patako mo patapata wo wa anhwe kraka ne besi wo hananya ade papanti de amanfo koko ewo esropa ya awose mpanifo eno mo kasa sisi as mo hu se majority leader no nyafo se chairman sabosu baba chamber sisi a oba no ne ono nyafo Haruna Edisu bonkomo ebisa ne se na de na ekoso amade de ne mentim ho asba bia befa bia yo ntimi hu se ono nyafo Haruna Edisu so echechemu ere ache ora o se chairman sabosu a omukasa ya sisi a omakase omuma akomamra form na omuntwen sisi a enche bia sisi abo 1134 aya enche bia ye behwe ni mu se clerk of parliament ebeba bidofia yakobo be 12 pepe ye hwe ni mu se clerk ni beba sisi ono be act as speaker ntoba na se omo de edin aba mu pese mu ebo mu di mo ye speaker na aja abujafo na to so aba eti
agreement no a ya mo ani o mo kasa ani mo no ma ye ti ase se o mo ba majority for no mo be gina echi no betna minority for side no esla e kan se on ti ase en wo ba be fra minority for
sapepe na NDC for MPs na kan se omo we omo ye ne keke e free omo elect speaker we a omo sa baba bia na omo ti ho no mini bi mukasa off record a mo ka chem se we ombeba enti we nu ente ka MPs no omo ekuma ekoso wo ho ebi se omo kuma ba so wo ho a ebe ntokwa enti
ba ifo sa seat no American table no a Collins Dauda any exclusive ho no so wo hwe microphone se wo anim ho no mananka two meaning say nipa mienu na wo so wotena ho also Cletus aboka so de na konwa kwa kwesi nchen who say Cletus before I will be free has say and never sign ring a wabano or no debiana and in Hona Oti. Okay, Mambenda John Dramani Mahama, Emma, or no E.T. Mensa, and our banking source man about 3 wise men, no more, Modabreno. Untija Mobai, one when I just saw better than tea, say a why a ma or Nakunya Bessin, microphones in any. One was ascertained.
Mahupa, who said, as our front benching, a senior most MPs, and a Mutna Hosa. And to share a money pastor, on a first deputy speaker and a second deputy speaker, on your for Joe Wise and on a Babbing. Nay, a one or Mutna Pepenti, on my left, who will be our senior person, our parliamentary, and I will transfer from bench up. Obey leadership on Tebia consultation, as a moving will be a dream, Trebia, Bonoma Kumaku, and Noma Bem, no Macasa. Now, otherwise, those who and on a consider or Kamu and for Miss One Kasa, so Abia or Mametan in Chen. Now, Woyo Nabano, it is a month for be a Casacasamo, a diatem, attempting the Mifamanonka, Mitibi brave at Mifamanonka.
And Mahusanka will be quack of Fanachiwa, Manam for Wapamini Panama, Niva Crona, Sign Abba the Fa, and Nimu Evonomunti, Abusia, Esla Kunyano, what Jenny. One day, Jawa, you try and said, Jaji grader, Mamkan is a grader, Saman for a new grader and grader, and I would be General Secretary Umuroni say, Umpiumpi, almost one member of Parliament in Oida or Chimbao, into no move Roni Crass Umpiumpi. I was saying, and she shared an amount for the foreign Omonomun Casa, now a commander, a month for commander, Bass will be brain, a bit my cop from Kakra. Now, Emperor Basabasa, Bia, Emma Chimba, and Chebia, you're trying to say Chebia, there's a clerk in Penny for Beba. Now, and she shared in your mom, Penny for the go up no so. Yeah, you are came so on baby. Observe social and you, I was say a year majority, say MPP caucus, no more cider, which him say, Yama may. Lydia Sayam Al Hassan, Yampen Fobo Nidi say, Obey a dom for be the tree, or no, Waba, Edia Kunisi Honomo, Amano, Atsna Honomo, Waba, what to me, Abba Nanim, eti, so Henry Ecoso, Ewo Honum Swa, Nesse, and Yama Ecoso, and no, it's Yaguso, Ewadum, Adum TV, Adum FM, Asam FM, and Asia FM. So, Yahu say, General Secretary Ma. NDC Amanyuku so aba eti abusua ye beban no na ba kominu ye ne no akasana ya hwese ne eniamati ekoso ye wo deputy general secretary na general secretary ankasa ye wo NDC Amanyuku no mu ewo ha general official
ya no
ma cho boko de
me adom
so ewo adom TV so enyumre waba ebebo ama dwumadi na koso ntoto ye wo ba ye sai na ne amasi ko a wahu no.
And it's
Kakra Coso, a certain arrangements, no share baby, NDC Amanyuku, no penny for a woman, a bet naya, near MPP for no can say there be a yaho and I'm what Bamra Shebedrum has said that up was some why a swap for Pashonia Cosi, who is saying.
When the first time, Yatua Bar, Parliament, party be a winning majority. In church, I say, Obia to me, Trababia.
What can I say? 137, I'm a day.
And to Obia to me, Trababia.
But
yes, she any back of one, which she have my quantum. Who to make a she, I'm soon to make a she. Tibabia, Obia, Bidica, Trabia, on Trow.
Bachoya Kaye, Nanka Oba, you Dimba, Kunyan, who said, General Kunyan, who said, Makunyan, no what's naso, and also no, yes, she Albana, Udim Mohon, and let the powerful dinner, but who at him to naso.
Now by a Dimbi Bobo for Moana.
Bacho near ye be Kaba, ye be who ye let Dimbo.
Why not the Bobo?
Masha, me at assess arrangements on my bay.
Or no one, yes, arrangement. Marana, you won't say a trouble, the old majority, a majority side. And then the old minority side. In Timasha, no day, original show as the chair say, Hana majority better and Hana minority better.
General, I am sure Sabre Yan say, Mafemuno, Moyi and Pennyphobi, I propose Nipa Crass, and the Mashabemo Acheampong, the Bren Beba, Mopese Oba, but your party no, more decision, Benny, the Ahina Modebai.
Oh, yeah, they say a man, your leaders are now more near from minority. No, says you are more traho. Enti say omo majority leaders. Enti yempanim for now more minority. No mona says you are majority leaders. And ye propose to say Abambagwe omo Speaker of Parliament. Enti anyumre ye to ho aba de besibia na ebehu say ono na Speaker na say enyo ono na Speaker.
Bacho penia o kan na chesen kapai e paia hwan na Speaker kwan be so na ye fa so ye no me o experience a wo benya ye na hye bedwam ha.
Apayo empayo mrano nsesa mrano ne say MPs no to aba na ye Speaker. Enti no obia timi e propose obia. Enti ye NDC for a proposal Abambagwe say ye nim say Osha ono ne fata say oye Speaker. Oye abrante ojane nanso me ohwe videos wa dia him on social media Speaker of Africa mo agise ye pekwa brane me ebeso anu Africa mu drubu
samu
unhu bi ya ko social media Michael Koyi nse ne nante ekura no ya dia ha adwen kakra se akokura nkaba be odre onko hwe ne nananom na one wo mu anyumre ye didi wi ayo nto na sesem bi nkire wo mu
wodi mfie na eka unabo
na pomudin no a odi nam ha oba ahwe ne nante a odi beba
se mabere so wa abra mu yi onmunyam for Joyce ban for that no concerns bi se na na amamfo raise say ma me no anyini ontumi nya adwuma no eso mo ka one of the best speakers aba
oko one time no so jaye apa ko one time o de tare ko wu
na yeah kan bacho ene Cape Coast High Court ruling here by fa asin no for the no bacho party no mate ho nsem bi member no or bebe fie ha ja wo de wo na udi o mani ti unim de be koso member no fie ha
mente
asin no member no
o fie ha na me
o fie ha ya wo hwe ni mu se obesai
na adenti na wo sai
court ni ruling no on restraining ho no
mente court ruling enti de minim say ya to abama no wababe register obesai
me do be si an mado asio afinhia paso
fra no aba
kai fofra me ba betena nche ya ne edi sanko no awusa general secretary ma NDC amanyuku no onimnyam for Johnson Asedu enketia waye former ebe kan say waye odi mrahye bedwani eda ena waye swafo so eda eti ye kan ne ekoso nyina no enye se bia o kan keke ne wonim ena nso odi bi ato yanim amaye hu ene ma ampanifo no eye ene ne ebekoso but ade ba ko waka amaye hu ne se ruling na free Cape Coast High Court eba enne no se mrahye bedwani a nipa wo asen of eyi no enka on restraining no ne on kan se owo fie ha owo bisai eti ene ye behwe ni mu 137 no ebim free mu court ni ruling no ebe ye adwuma na se enye adwuma ye wo ha ye hwe ne ebekoso minim en dina ye sisi omanim no adabutu nkanya sa anka mhwehwe mu asenka mehu asen of nipa omuyi no NDC amanyuko no candidate or winning and so ofia so ni ha na edimu no de say obi akata ne hwene obi akata na no nti wo hwe so obehu yonko pa ene o hye obi a ukasa na ebi onimuni a osi wo ye wo a ene on so pe no akasa yi na mehwe onim say wo hwe a obi a meka se na nim da ho a mehu no Ahmed Ibrahim Domkuma 7th Parliament wonu pani ba kwa ofre dom na be de hwe eno no ono no mahu ne saso no onumunya for wicket ega no so wayi ne de enti sa ni pamba ku bi enu bi na be hu omo ma kan de akata nanimu a won hyeda ehu no abusia yi se de won se ha ye din kakra oda no eba eniema etoto na kwan kakra enche so clerk ebe take over the clerk of parliament at na dwamu a na fe abatro ye wose woto no koso na yehu nipa obeye speaker enna ebusia ne woni se yintumi nkase e ma hyebe dwom achia mehene ya na wote adwam ya ne MPP amanyuku na sambo ni din se ompese ono kono ndimi ka se ono ha na eba because minority for no so ed woni pa ba nti was abato koso was abato no koso iti abato na chi ene ebetumi ehu se ebeye obenfo maikokoi ena obeto na adwuma so ana se na doli kalium na shebedwani odi na adwuma abawieye onmunyamfo Alban Kings for Sumana Baben ena ono so eba abetena adwam ene panifo bi ahwetwe nkomo ya se wutie mu a ase ye wo mu a se omo ya na maka o ni human relation ye se me osini ni partner ene ensem bebre minority for no de to na ne omo kan se e wo se Baben ena eko majority side no ena yenim majority side no ena yenim if you say e ma shebedwam ha no ya baha ya yenim se toda eduni e den se abato no ko na ye hwe nipa kro na bia betumi asesa ne ma shipping system na ye adwuma pa ene 1 2 3 se do 3 ne dia unipa kro umpo ne party no kana ena wo se ye adwuma nti se ba se mo to aba na nya sa fe na be kasa madam for fa ase na ade ba ko ne se minim se abato no a wo beto no ye be ye se ye be bisa ne ye de ne ena aka ana ye ne ye be ma ye nsa so ana types of abato a ye betumi ato no ma hye bedwam han bi na America ni ye won ye betumi bisa ama enne ne ye de age so ene ye wo ye betumi aka so se bi a wo a utachiri ma nsa so eno wo ho ene ye wo ne ye betumi so de papers ama mo trodin na ye nto aba no ene de ne ye koi se ye trodin ne ye nto aba no a mitrom din no na bi a ne ye nte se Ghana abato ye a ye to ye a na me de kwa akoto adaka mu a bi a no wanhu ne e metro nenno ene duru ho no mu a yetumi ka se akua baby a uti wo twra nipa a wotu nifa so no manehwe ne otu benkum so manehwe that means say omu hia votes no enne nipa ba akokora ama wo nipa kro fa se nipa ba akokora ama ana mienu tifiri mu a ebetumi aha adwen mo sa abatu yi eho wei enne ne ekoso no e kire yen ne ebetumi asie ewo parliament no sene wei kita dodo wei so de no edoso ti edu se bi abasa ye pass bill bi agreement bi wo hono na ye hia dom no se e wo so ye adwuma sa ne mai bi ne ebetumi ehu na wo se dom no dodo ne ye hwepo mo ba bi obi a wo no oba wo mayi mira muso no ni ade ba kwa ye hu ani ne enimu ni se ye yi aso afọ dodo.
Yeah, well, just about 12 minutes na dumienu abo na dumienu bope clerk of parliament in Baba Transi na yahwe baby a suicide board hono be fa de ekoyi de na kire se abato no so be yire se bentan fa na se ema trade high limited omo kuremu den afei 21st clinic ono so esanya do ahodo a enye asem keto Magdan shipping and logistics limited or your total logistics partner DBS Industries Omana Echakala Plus festival adding flavors to your life and a Hyper Plus mission. Na Eswahine Edaswaha and Kosi Ajiman. Esi Odobaka will be one one a quotation will be beside are they lawmakers or lawbreakers? Oshamrana Naso Moon Semrano. Dear Dream
Osino, no, Achim Abuaka. Yeah, the Urabia could be in fee. I see where we are pointing. Nasa Mizu, whom Grahoma said that form, Tintin on a friend of fire. None near her do a mobile Graham, Joy is all the man who could do your above. I think probably I didn't say we are. A Yaquaque and some airport a enemy. Obiso, Mimpodi, minimum say a higher minority and a higher majority. Mimpodi, minimum say near the Govodi, Afim farm in Cunyano. I say a higher, and we in Kuntumpu, and not dear. And this is for to us as a party beer to us to Cassan Semana. In Asura woman, Isha. So be country was there, Yakudia Semua, as in any news and so on, say, Ubi for a new point say, or friend who say, or a MP elect, Nasa party leader be so on tea and pray. A son said, as I'm not quite, party, and Nini would deny, a lawyer for court. esan say media organizations be to say ahanu e wo man mu bia bondawu eye se bia so brache na omo ye say yampa so say e fa baabi amawu Peter amawu eba parliament mrashe bedwemu e be train din ese enne obeba em yaso en se e mrashe bedwani na obra sa abre no na high court ebua se oni nyina so bia so ofre no ho MP emfa ho se na nadwene se okwa kwaji review enkopem se na review no mae ana so ye mfomso na wasem ne se wo mo ye law make se wo mo ye mra ana so mo ye law breaker se wo bu mra so obi eti ahwehwedan mu a eni se oto abo MPs ne se wo mo ye wo mo ne nyina akroji semudi afefe semni di agroni adun geze mudmai na mobu. You can crack all the jokes, you can make all the fun, but you shouldn't break the laws. Mentias yani se emra yebusu bibri enne ekoso. Sabre ye brez se 7 parliament no etnase ye. Momra ni yemu aware no se okun ani oyiri nyina ba. Enne na yegu 7 parliament ntino the argument so and one of the umbrella will be or have a MP elected is not true. If I so be or will be first and foremost a year 7 parliament ni ye good we are Maduma Asan. Yes, we're in 8th parliament for na one more continuing MPs. Any precious minaba. Na interpretation ebinu edema semeno a self-serving. Me can ye mafa munguande o can ye wa fa ko yi amame entese ense ba nsa na ne se enchini ayira ne de a dem ba ne be biu wo mo kwakwa hihye mra me edi so ye ne ompe kwa mra no edian ni benya free mu masem titia ne se wo mo ma enne entwato wo mfa ntoma pa enfra na se ne Ghana ekoi se ne abato okoi sene noma ekwi ya wiase dimrika din Southeast Asia, Europe, America ni dimrika ni adene ye guguguru yensem ho saa guguguru ni me hunya saa embengusi bebia.
All right, and anybody the ekwako rahmachi mo election headquarters Kokomoti Power Dom TV said ye work grounds na ye wo studio higher chain the next speaker of parliament any empo wine any beko majority wine beko minority na ye dia twen nyame adoma adichiemu e omampani sori in no ye beko na semeka say ye wonipa mienu a omudin da pon so Professor Aaron Michael Kwe oye incumbent and afei ye yera Alban Kingsford Osman Bagbin in the 7th parliament no na oye second deputy speaker and the minority and I say na minority in the 7th parliament no one nominating is one and also first Obabeye speaker of parliament unim say Sasi BBS pain in 2004 in 2004 after 2004 elections 2005 January na yebra Peter Alagite speaker na ono an party yini pafoforo Elizabeth Nasset Hughes na also minority NDC led by surprisingly Alban Osman Bagbin Sabre no and proposing me kai pa sorry jina I said that you Peter Alagite na and so Peter Alagite NDC ni so so ono and ono peno iti wi achi ye to mo so aba Emma Bedinasset Hughes edi enkunim this time around NDC MPs chese omhia Alban Bagbin MPP for so proposal Professor Aaron Michael Kwe abato no say ena ebeko we no yobenya a single vote over the other no crown and if no a speaker of parliament and a very close because he
but I born say spoiled ballot we
spoiled ballot
I about the to said and now you 313,397 a say Uncle Fenia Diambrosua or Mukasaka hey Akumakosu. Se Bibia near see a 12 man.
MPC to you better than
I am not here to.
And Obianum Bibia and say,
Bibia,
best say Aban.
and who credit the point you cannot go to us.
Nasa na fe ungu, wa we be show ungu be won.
Well, it is only a
crucial moment there.
Miss, I am not to.
Yes, was a party never come more bodia. It depends on how voting process never come. Say omo ebeye yes or no. Say ye writing of names. Say ye printing omo emienu e ballot so.
That's it.
You need format enough for now.
2005. About to PM. John Tia can Parliament.
Don't you have
John Tia? Yes, on the NDC. Oh, see, Mr. Speaker, there's a clear case of overvoting. NDC for Kotoabana, 96. MPP 128. And they were independent 2, independent 1. Then PNC CPP. After you Kotoabana is of 200 and 230, 231. Parliament, yeah. 231.
128.94.
128.94 plus one independent and PNC CPP.
They say almost a war incumbent speaker and the young nominated the ono ultimate to Abani. Ultimate to Abani.
Okay, yes,
it's strictly MPs. 274, 75, but Clark no ever been now so. Nase asen no for no Oma find there as 274, this is 275.
Niami Hunin said Clark there now so the AC will keep cycle. Entino asen no MP na ya to abamano. Court to say, Mount Federal MP. So I will also be Katan before my ship.
Subaya, you won't say Adeji and Umri. Sa insistence no Emma. 8 me and could do something. Your friend security for crown of
contempt of court. Contempt of court. I have got assembly.
For the processes of a
contempt metewasio, Nimona Nasa say, would you say, NDC Robert McQuine said, you knew your code and your report. I'm a transit. A higher parliament
on your MP now.
One more cannot know, Mencasa, Papa, and say, it's what you have to say about the team. One more ever protecting them.
Oh, but on your MP.
Which is not as a no beside, there's a real possibility, say.
Of course, we made the deal, but I'm ransom and the egg. So, Okopreno, there's a man comment, Messami, court be found contempt later. Yes, later. Court be found contempt. A banza, not on mine. Because I had the man I had the moment.
It is a Kakrabina Mekana, Miss Antimono. As I say, Yam Penny, we are Yam Fui. One more story, they must rise to the occasion. One more page of Mowaka, I know a dash on. And say, yes, say, of mine gun a D. Baby, free papa, and feared you see 9, a camera and feared you see any. Nebra, Brennan, and Yamka cry, and you and yes, and say, yes, say, and you. Wow, Yenny, in Crassa, some Gidibim, and a port a dear chair. Would a pre abonting. Yes, some banners who can go drive in Fernand Jesuit. Mpuye for the canon just what for. Me, just a third one answer. We have maybe 2 more reviews. It would be a Piebra. Me, Pine said, Yenia Sidun Katia, the end is putting in our back at down and said, we have made a statement.
You know, so on to you.
We have made a way. Say, Emrase on Kahona, Sibra for Mona. The best I could be crying.
Say for Basse, Omukotuabana, Balo people no money. I'm telling you.
All right, my young a outgoing member of parliament, Mia Ras Mubarak, Kumbungu, Rashabu Jania, say, and then Akasimapena, Ras Mubarak, you may be very Ras. Now, go there. Oh, 12 Nenyabo. It is the last person to call you as an MP. All right. Now, I'm on 5 years. I'm on 5 years. Now, what's saying? Oh, okay. And now, who monitor your members of parliament? Wow. What for the efforts of your honor?
Well, I mean, it's a new chapter. A chapter be in the life of our parliament. From 1992, you can even stretch it back. Yeah, shared in hang parliament. We are in the clear majority. About to acquire 50-50. And obviously, Parliament provides you an opportunity. Emma Wakwenya also Utibiche Wajri Etimepua Emma Yeshe Emra Ebebua Obia. And obviously, because this is a very new thing we are all experiencing. One would have wished he or she is part of this historic moment. But I mean, as a man proposes, God disposes. Adibia, Anna, in all things we have to give thanks. So say, Adibia is welcome, as all the Asada.
Sure.
And we are grateful for the opportunity, and with them in person for us, we have been general my name over the last 4 years. It's been a good journey, and I'm sure history will be very kind to us.
You have a team council, and you've made your mark at the Ama Omei 7 parliament in Omanfo Kumbungu. But maybe quick one on the Apostle and you may take what sided with for many years party food, 2 sided with baby Omokoy say, aha, and your first was here tonight, I say Chinuaka Kraba and position might take so far.
No, they tell us we have our clear majority in this particular parliament. Per results are electoral commission, and our electoral commission, if you want to say it in English. Results are electoral commission, and they have a 12 and they say NDC were 137 MPs, MPP were 137. And Banasa will be our majority. And don't forget, sir. Even if the independent is going to vote with the NPP, he won't sit in MPP benches. Or yes, I know across the carpet. Because that's a technical argument that is not coming out clearly in Nkoma Yedi.
But he can join the majority caucus.
He can vote with the majority, but he can't sit with the majority. As far as I'm concerned, the technical definition of crossing carpet, yes, I will cross the carpet. Okay, like the election of speaker, you see. But don't even go to as
That is true.
Because on your MPP member of parliament. So that's the technicalities. And over technicalities now, don't even go say, Omon Crawford and as where you will be sitting. Anna, the second point that needs to be made is said, Yabon Rashabe say, Speaker cry, and nominated speaker. And in a situation like that, won't even go say, a member of parliament. A person becomes a member of parliament when he takes the oath of office and the oath of secrecy. Okay, so we even though they've constituted an assembly of parliament, but they said take oath. And some of me I Juma, as I said, my shepherd and he said, maybe I see him say on the lines are MPP from ever far until he takes his oath. Any action you are going to take, you can describe that as null and void. And under the circumstances, the NDC has assumed its rightful position. Okay. And beyond that, even if these cases are in courts, ye wo areshemu e wo didie se yakopon be ya dom na unkudumdie zo eba be NDC dia in respect of the cases that are in court already.
All right. Ras, said a way back with Ghana Broadcasting as a Rasta man, radio TV presenter, started of politics near the end. I can't we a straightforward person. The issue with Asen of member of parliament elect na Cape Coast High Court are granted and as more I'm adding injunction after the suit to me calling as member of parliament. But here's the case. Or a bigger fear our colleague MPs from NDC and one waiting to be sworn in as member of parliament. You are injunction and done so. I don't know what to make of Sadian.
A sin of issue no ayamena kakra ayamena to the extent that one judge ne Emmanuel ruling no, as weird as it is, it's a very weird ruling. As weird as that ruling is, now representatives of your candidates, led by lawyer Maliba episode of filing stay of execution, just a stay of execution, just a ruling, and as ruling a judge in Amano, also in law, also to be a BBA. Entry train, Swanson. Entry train, so very good. That's what I was looking at. Now, I said court clerk, and as I said, with this all of a sudden the person is out of town. All of a sudden. Now, Obisa who said, Obi Abaye Juma, say Abaye Juma. So Abaye Juma are court endpoint. Now they also as a court clerk, Unanam Solpon was a hey. So you could tell from all indications that a deliberate attempt, to make sure that they will frustrate the NDC and the candidate. That is number one. Number two, there are two schools of thought. Maybe Gidi said, insofar as young survey MP elect, with notice of the injunction, he has every right to take his seat in Parliament and to be sworn in. And indeed, Parliament, he's gone through the processes of acquiring an ID card from Parliament, getting clearance, and all of that. So that is what it is. Over other similar, even though the details are not the same, over other similar circumstances in respect of Hohoi, in respect of Techiman South, an equally similar application were rejected. Even though a whole High Court had granted the application, when it came to the Supreme Court, it was cracked, it was passed. Again, in Techiman South, they didn't grant it. So you ask yourself, this same law, in one breath, you are granting one person stay of execution, in another breath, you don't. There's inconsistency, and I think it's very weird. It's an aberration.
It's good, sir. Okay, say similar, and yet the same. Because issues, differ kakra. But the same Parliament, the 8th Parliament is almost about starting. Ras me fa usin komodie. The same me show so many other idea di bebre. Na experience kakra wanya Parliament agije kakra na Rasta never has bet me as I view one. Ras Mubarak. Kumbungu Emrashe Bedwania and Neya or Nigmedi Abbey. Yes, I'll come back to Parliament. Na young Concoche said, and Yama is Echo.
As they watch and welcome the procession
elect in Kwa and a woho, say you can say you need Speaker of Parliament, the Clerk of Parliament, no, or no, and a better and net, and she media one more a year. No wajina so ama nipaya to Abama almost same as you and for no almost side. Now, one only we are almost genemu at Wabadia, many pa ya proposal, say, Omobe speakers in a year, Professor Michael Quay, and Nasa Alban Bagbin. I don't see Sabri Clark, no. And I won't say about better say any post to papa. Since it's ready, would ye where ni amana and to see ya. Ain't me must say, and nay, I don't pay Ben on crying. I said, a man penny for who go free, a children say, Abba, say, on my baby soft and more sign. Won't mean this argument. See, I make a say, to see I make a say, you need Parliament. Oma, I won't deny you need MPs elect. It's in the Jubilee of Babiji and of my independent me as well from the side. Yet me a so a speaker. The speaker no, and so any a year Nabiga for no ex Nasia, Company about the side at the Achom Sans, so many the representatives are Omujinam Ede Ama a 275.20 say, oh, memo, a munipa, and Pimpima, your bro of a pay a dunson. And yet, you made it to a crown and make us almost as you know. Some can say, you're putting in our Regina, May, the anthem, the national anthem, one more elbow, Clark, and who said, I was in trust. Some can say, a minimum the airport soon, team, there's you made your baby, a soon pa, not to say, what was electoral commissioner. On the day of declaration, over declare results, and yes, and now, if you want to say the next cricket a crack woman, about your Clerk of Parliament, and say, oh, share with TV now. One penny on it, Fino, Penipano, or on a deep fin and a war for, and so a one in chain. Nipa, and they baby, almost a gross one in the first one. NDC Amanko, Emrasibian Foa, Yatwaba, Eddie Ama one, our enemies on beside, as she would do Mediase, one more, I want the Benkum so, and so, MPP Amanko Machine for Yatwaba, Sabi, young court, not yet see the Ecoso, Nafi, Yafam.
Country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. I'll start. Honorable members elect, pursuant to Standing Order 8.3, I, Cyril Pabna Otinisia, Clerk to Parliament, acting as Chairman of the first sitting of Parliament, do invite you to this August sitting today, Thursday, the 7th day of January 2021, at 7 minutes after midnight, for the purpose of electing a speaker and administering the oaths of office. Honorable members elect, I have the singular pleasure to inform you that I have received from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission the rate of elections for the December 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections, and I shall proceed to read the communication. Letter dated 23rd December 2020. Addressed to Clerk to Parliament House, Accra. Pursuant to Regulation 43 2B of the Public Election Regulations 2020, we submit the names of elected candidates for the 2020 parliamentary election held on 7th December 2020 for your action. Please find attached the names of the elected candidates and their respective constituencies and rate of election for the constituencies. Thank you. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chairman Operations for Chairperson. Honorable members-elect, in accordance with Order 8.2 of the Standing Orders, I am satisfied that a quorum is present in this House for the election of a Speaker. Honorable members-elect, Clause 1 of Article 95 of the 1992 Constitution requires that a Speaker of Parliament be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. May I also refer you to Standing Order 8.4, which states as follows: no person shall be proposed as Speaker unless that person has given his consent to be nominated. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I quote, a member addressing himself to the clerk shall propose such person to the House as its Speaker, and shall move that such person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion must be seconded without debate. I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker. Honorable Haruna Iduso, minority.
Mr. Clerk, thank you very much for the opportunity. In accordance with Article 95 of the 1992 Constitution, and in particular Order 8 of our Standing Orders, 8.5, I beg to move that the Honorable Alban Sumana Kingford Bagbin do take the chair of this House as Speaker. I beg to. Now, Speaker, the Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, Mr. Clerk, the Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin was born on September 24, 1957 at Sombo in the Upper West region of Ghana. He currently serves as second Deputy Speaker of Ghana's 4th Republican Parliament and is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nadoli Kalio constituency. He currently serves as the second Deputy Speaker of Ghana's 4th Republican Parliament and the 7th of it.
7th Parliament of the 4th Republic.
7th Parliament of the 4th Republic. He served as second Deputy Speaker. Bagbin is popularly called, as we all know him, is a product of the University of Ghana, Legon, and the Ghana School of Law. He was called to the bar in 1982. Among his academic qualifications include a certificate on the privatization of public utilities from Isami, Tanzania, an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and an honorary doctorate LLD from the University of Professional Studies, Ghana. He received the Best Performing Minister Award in the year 2012 and the Exclusive Man of Africa 2017 Year Award in Governance. He is a prominent legal practitioner of high standing, and he ventured into a turbulent field of politics in 1992 on account of his peerless tenure of the Nadoli Kalio seat over the past 27 years. Bagbin is best known in Ghana's parliament as the father of the house. Many of you say, "Father, oh Father," because of his long-standing experience, the 5th of 27 years service to the Parliament of Ghana. Now even 28 with January added. He was among the 3 wise men and is a 3-star leader. He served as minority leader and majority leader and second deputy speaker, all between 2001 and 2018. What more could he aspire for than to be the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament? He led the NDC Parliamentary caucus to put in measures and participated immensely with his hard work. He's a very courageous and frank person, principled to a fault, and his passion has always been to champion Ghana's multi-party democracy and to create a congenial environment for the total utilization of Ghana's human and natural resources to the benefit of all. The Honorable Bagbin strives to get the country to achieve total parliamentary independence in order to position the House to play its proper role in the country's current political dispensation. Parliament for him is the fulcrum of multi-party democracy and should therefore be supported and strengthened to hold the executive to account for its stewardship. He's led us in many times to demand oversight and to strengthen our democratic processes. As many of you may recall, the Honorable Bagbin occupied some ministerial portfolios, including the Minister for Water Resources, Works and Housing, Minister for Health. He further held numerous public sector positions, including Chairman of the Water Sector Reforms Advisory Committee, Vice Chairman Appointments Committee of Parliament from 1997 to the year 2001, Vice Chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee 1994 to 1996, Chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee from 1994 to 1997. A very proud parliamentary record and service to the Parliament of Ghana. He served as Chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Parliamentary Affairs of Parliament 1997 to 2001 from 2013 to 2014. He also proudly served as Chair of the Public Accounts of 2001 and 2004, where he worked to make some savings over the leakages in the public purse. He naturally was chair of the Business Committee of Parliament. He chaired the Special Budget Committee of Parliament. He chaired the board of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority from 2009 to 2010 and served as member of the board of directors of the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. He's a founding member of the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption because he believes strongly that graft and economic crime has debilitating effects on our democracy and on our economy. He's also served as member of the African Parliamentary Network Against Corruption from 1997 to 2010. He's been council member and he's played other respected roles. Member African, Caribbean, Pacific, European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly in Brussels from 2013 to 2014. Participant National Conference of State Legislators, USA Conference from 2001 to 2010. A decade of it he participated in. He is now a resource person in parliamentary practice and procedure. So he would not come here with doubt as to what Parliament should be doing and what should not be doing. He is very familiar with our standing orders and our rules of procedure. As chairman of the Standing Orders Committee, he is executive. He's held other positions, including participating in other congresses of the National Democratic Congress. The clerk chair, I beg to move that the Honorable Alban Simon Bakwe, I beg to move and nominate him that in accordance with Standing Order 85, the Honorable Alban Simon Bakwe, I have his consent to the nomination duly signed. I beg to move that the Honorable Bagbin do take the chair of this House as Speaker. I beg to move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Any seconder?
Chair, with respect.
Honorable Acheampong.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you had in your preliminary remarks referred to some communication, the basis upon which we are here. He referred to a communication from the Electoral Commission. I am aware that the jurisdiction of a high court in this country has been invoked in respect of a constitutional provision under Article 94(1). Mr. Chair, as a matter of on a point of order. Where is it taking us to? Mr. Chair, this is alien. It is alien.
Order.
Mr. Chair, as a matter of preliminary.
I need to at least hear the member.
Mr. Chair, as a matter of preliminary inquiry from my side, I would want to find out from you whether you are on notice of a proceeding or an order from the High Court in respect of an application by Michael Acheampong.
Listen.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Wait, Honorable. At the appropriate time.
Mr. Chair, what I am saying, if my colleagues would indulge me, if they listen to me, whatever they have, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I believe that the rule of this House enjoins us to listen to a member in silence. Mr. Chair, if I make my submission and they have any view contrary to the preliminary objection and preliminary inquiry I am making, they would be able to make a proper input. That is the rule. It's not a shouting. So, Mr. Chair, all I want to inquire from you is that you have indicated that you have received communication from the Electoral Commission. I am aware of the process that has been mounted. I am aware of a process.
Honorable. I'll indulge. I just wanted to listen to what he's saying.
Mr. Chair, my preliminary inquiry must be addressed. Thereafter, the proceedings can continue. All I am saying is that you have given an indication that you've received a communication, which communication has resulted in even the program outline of the inauguration of the 8th Parliament. I want to find out from you, Mr. Chair, whether or not you have received a court order in respect of a plaint by Michael Acheampong, which order makes reference to any person on the list as you provided.
All right.
Specifically.
Okay, sit down.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe that
So, Honorable,
Mr. Chair, I believe that a response for the sake
maybe I should let
for the sake of the records is
order.
I believe that a response from this house, a response from you is important because, Mr. Chair, if a public process is set on you, it is important that we are put on notice as to whether or not indeed you have been served, and if you've been served, what steps are you taking in respect of that?
I've heard it.
Mr. Chair, I rest my case.
Yes, Honorable Munkaka.
Mr. Clark Chairman. Mr. Clark Chairman, I'm surprised that you kept me standing because point of order is part of the rules of this House. And I was surprised you kept me standing. Mr. Clark Chairman, I want to refer my colleague to the Constitution, specifically Article 95(3). And your permission, I read, no business shall be transacted in Parliament other than an election to the office of Speaker at any time when the office of Speaker is vacant. Yes. And Mr. Clark, and Mr. Clark, Mr. Chairman, Clark, I was surprised that you kicked the motion in compliance with this constitutional provision, as you yourself rightly quoted. And you allow another member to be deviating from what is before us when it has been moved, and you know that when a motion is moved, that is what is before the House. And the only thing that could be done is to second. And if someone has a counter, then that counts.
I said this.
So, Mr. Clark, Chairman, in order not to control wasting the time of this House and members, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Haruna Yusuf.
Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue raised by the Chairman, the issue raised by the member for Efutu is very germane. You have indicated to us that you have received a writ of elections for constituencies from the Electoral Commission. Mr. Chairman, what you did not inform us about is, first, the number of constituencies. It doesn't and then the persons who have been duly elected as members of Parliament. The Chairman, beyond that, the Chairman, this is not, the Chairman, order. The Chairman, respectfully, this House applies itself to the orders of this House. we are not in the streets. Mr. Chairman.
Order.
Mr. Chair, the people who will qualify to participate in this voting should be a matter of interest to all of us. It is the reason why, in making the announcement, you related to the fact that you have the relevant correct number to transact business. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, who is the deputy leader for the majority caucus, raised a preliminary issue. First, we want to know the eligibility. We want to know the eligibility of persons herein assembled. Mr. Chairman, the honest inquiry from the honorable member, he wants to know the eligibility and qualifications of the members of parliament elected who will qualify to participate in voting. Mr. Chairman, it is the reason why before the motion was moved by my colleague, the honorable member for Tamale South, who is until recently the minority leader, right? And now struggling to find space for himself. He made an endless inquiry. Who qualifies to participate in the voting? And he said to you that he's aware that court processes have been set injuncting. We have gone to court, somebody has gone to court, injuncting one person. And it's not about shouting, it's about applying yourself to due process. It's about applying yourself to due process. Mr. Chairman, this House has been served with due process, injuncting one person from participating in the business. Mr. Chairman, we are aware that the process has been set on the House, and it's been said duly on the clerk of Parliament. We want to know, as a matter of preliminary observation and statement and admission from you, whether it is true. If it is true, it will mean that person cannot participate in the voting, and it will not lie in the mouth of people shouting no. It will lie in the bosom of due process, and we have our laws. We apply ourselves to the laws, and if anybody wants to be physical about that, the marshals are here. They will apply the rule to the letter. So, Mr. Chairman, your duty is to tell us whether indeed due process has been served on this House, injuncting a member of Parliament elect from participating in activities of today, Mr. Speaker. And just so, the member was not out of order, he was not debating, he raised a plenary issue. He first got up, unfortunately he did not catch your eye, and you allowed my colleague, the Honorable Haruna Acheampong, to move the motion. It is still not late. And it's the reason why before our orders provide that when a motion has been moved, it must be seconded. If it is not seconded, it is not properly before this House. And it is because of that he rose up boldly. This time he recognized him when the motion was not properly before this House, and he raised the point. I just want to reiterate the point that he made for you to tell this House the position of the law. Chairman, I rest my case.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana, Chairman Clerk, this is a country governed by law. And this is a country with institutions given defined mandates and authorities. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Honorable Emmanuel Acheampong make reference to court proceedings. Let me remind him that courts don't determine elected members of Parliament. The sovereign will of the people of Ghana vote. Courts don't determine, courts don't determine, courts don't vote. Courts don't determine. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Maybe they chose not to listen to my preface. I said institutions have their mandate and authority. The court have a mandate to adjudicate on matters brought before it. But the election of member of parliament is vested in Ghanaian citizens. We are aware that James GHAN of Asin North was duly elected Mr. Speaker, as far as we know, no court processes have been served on him personally, as far as we know. That is why he is here, having registered and having been recognized, even by the list of 275 MPs. And the official letter gazetted and remitted to the clerk does include Honorable James GHAN. He is a law-abiding person. He will fight the merits of any matter in court. But he should not be denied subscribing to his oath as elected member of parliament in the name of some court processes. Mr. Speaker, by Article 117 of the Constitution, civil or criminal process coming from any court or placed out of parliament shall not be served on or executed in relation to the Speaker or a member or the clerk to parliament. Yes. He is not a member of parliament yet, but he is here to elect a speaker by the provisions of the Constitution. The same Constitution in Article 95. So, Mr. Clerk Chairman, no court processes have been served on him. And he went through your registration process, having been notified by the official gazette published by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, that he was a duly elected member of Parliament for Asin North. This is what is best known to us. I heard my colleagues say majority. By the official letter conveyed to you by the Electoral Commission, read it for its purposes. It's 137, 137, and therefore there is no political party with a majority. He is counting on the independent candidate. He has not even taken the oath yet for us to know where he wants to belong. If there is any official correspondence on him, share it with us. There is no official communication from him as far as we are concerned by the Easy Gazette notification. So get me right. I'm saying that in this country, the legislature is clothed with the mandate of legislation. The judiciary as arbiter and adjudicator. They don't elect. They don't elect. The election of member of parliament is vested in citizens of Ghana. When you are dissatisfied with the outcome of a resource, you go to the arbiter, the court, to seek justice. That is why we are in court, even with the outcome of the presidential election, because we are questioning the legitimacy of the outcome of an electoral commission chairperson who corrects herself 6 times within a day. So, Mr. Speaker, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? And in a country, the predictability of the judiciary is important for the future of our democracy. We have followed religiously the ruling in Hohoi, the ruling in Techima South, and the ruling in Asin North. Ghana will not be a one-man democracy where only the rights of one person and freedoms are respected. I rest my case.
Mr. Chairman, we have made an application to you for determination. Mr. Chairman, is it not paradoxical that my colleague, the Honorable Haruna Iglesias, is saying that the determination of the outcome of the election is not by the courts, and yet ends up by saying that that is why they are in court looking for redress? That certainly can be warped. It can be warped and contorted, reason, but we will forgive him for that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Article 116 plus 1, which he quoted, says, no civil or criminal proceeding shall be instituted against a member of parliament in any court. The member against whom this process has been instituted is not yet a member of parliament. Yes, that is the distinction. Mr. Chairman, you see, Mr. Chairman, people are not even applying themselves to the basic tenets of the Constitution. Mr. Chairman, so an application has been made to you. It is not about getting up to make wild gesticulations. It's about getting up to apply yourself to the Constitution and coming up with superior arguments, not wild gesticulations. That's not the business of this House. The business of this House is about reasoning and rationalization, not getting up to make wild gesticulations. If you have any superior arguments, come up with it. Not raise up in your place and be making wild allegations. This is not the marketplace. Mr. Chairman, so you have a determination to make. Can you make that determination for us in order to move forward? As simple as that. I thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. The Honourable Member for Swami
made the point that this House Mr. Chairman, the honorable member for Swami made the point that this House is governed by rules. And the fundamental rule governing this House is the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And it was cited partially by the former minority leader. Mr. Speaker, the inquiry that was raised in the preliminary objection relates to service of process on the Clerk of Parliament. That is the substance of the inquiry. Mr. Chairman, the Constitution is very clear that you cannot be served with a process whilst you are attending at Parliament. That is a constitutional problem. Mr. Chairman, for the doubting Thomases, Mr. Chairman, for the doubting Thomases amongst us, let me. Mr. Chairman, Article 117 of the Constitution reads as follows: civil or criminal process coming from any court or any place out of Parliament shall not be served on or executed in relation to 1. the Speaker, 2. the Member of Parliament, 3. Listen, 3. the Clerk of Parliament. The Clerk of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman. So it says that whilst he's on his way to attending at or returning from any proceedings of Parliament. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you fall within the ambit of Article 117. You fall within the ambit of Article 117 of the Constitution and Order 22 of our standing order, which is taken verbatim from the constitutional provisions. Now, the inquiry should be, were you attending at Parliament when you were served? No, it's important. Were you attending at Parliament? Were you performing your duties as a clerk of Parliament? And if there was service on you, where is the proof of service? Detailing the official bailiff sent by the High Court that allegedly served you the process. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I am speaking in conditional terms in response to the preliminary objection raised by the honorable member for Efutu. Because that was a preliminary inquiry, which was reiterated by the honorable member for Swami. And therefore, I am raising an issue of procedural legality. If that is not properly answered, I think the preliminary objection should be dismissed in limine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with the greatest respect to my respected colleague and senior at the bar, the submission is made. It's very misleading. The provision is in respect of a matter
of which a member of parliament, a clerk, or a speaker or an officer of parliament is a party to. This is not it. Read it well. Learned former Deputy Attorney General. It is when you are affected by the order that the court, that you are as a person, that you have that temporary relief. And you know that. You know that. As a former Deputy Attorney General, with the greatest respect, I expect not to construe this provision in a manner convenient to you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, the government of my preliminary inquiry was very simple. Can you, Mr. Chair, inform this House for our records as to whether or not you are in receipt of a court process? Simplicity. And I am happy that the Honorable Harry Nedrisu, in his submission, re-echoed the fact that we need our institutions to work for the sake of our democracy. You made that point. If we want our institutions to work, then it is important that we as parliamentarians must submit ourselves to due process, must give confidence to the citizenry that no matter how it is, we will respect court orders. Mr. Chair, an inquiry has been made. No amount of any noise, will stop due process from taking effect. We would not allow unnecessary noise. Mr. Chair, if when the learned Attorney General was on his feet, former Deputy Attorney General was on his feet, the backbenchers on this side respected him, and I respect him. You better listen to me in silence. If you have a superior argument, get up, seek the attention of chair, and address this house. Stop this noise. Mr. Chair, we are raising matters of law and follow due process. You better sit down.
Let him raise it. Because ultimately the Constitution recognizes that the person is
Mr. Chair, if all of us go on the path that will help the cause of this matter, perhaps I would crave the indulgence of my colleagues to give due regard to Article 105 of the Constitution. Mr. Chair, with your leave, let me perhaps read that aloud and in extenso. A person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled so to do commit an offense and shall be liable on conviction to such a penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an act of Parliament. So, Mr. Chair, even if this determination, Mr. Chair, must come from you, and that is all. Let us know for the records. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair Clerk, we have heard arguments on due process, and to assure you that we are law-abiding citizens. What we do know is that service on a member, and once you are elected, my colleague knows law, is an irrebuttable presumption that he's an elected member of Parliament. Until the merits of his case are so determined, he remains he remains the elected representative of the people of Asin North. But for us to appreciate your due process, we should know when service was done, the bailiff who came to undertake the service. All that has to be tabled. But for our purposes, the Honorable Jache has not been served any process. He has gone through lawful process, having been elected, and Parliament hasn't been notified. What I stated is that the courts are only called upon to resolve disputes and conflict relating to the election of Member of Parliament. He is duly elected and has not been served any purpose. He went through his registration, his name is listed here, is listed in the official gazette. So we need the proof of service to begin with, whilst we would also raise preliminary constitutional issues, because even to serve, there must be a speaker. As we speak now, there is no speaker in the Republic of Ghana. I thank you.
I need to. Honorable members, my view is that the preliminary objection relates to whether or not this House is properly constituted for the purpose of electing Speaker or Deputy Speakers. Now, today, this afternoon, late afternoon, I received an order of interlocutory injunction from the Cape Coast High Court, which was served on me, Clerk to Parliament, on Wednesday, 6th January 2021 at 4:55 p.m. And the order was issued by His Lordship Justice Kwesi Boakye, Justice of the High Court sitting in Cape Coast. The registrar Chief Registrar. Ustaz Hamza. And
Chairman, no. He said Hamza. Hamza is not a full name. We want proof of service and the full details of
This is an order. In the matter of Article 99 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and in the matter of Section 16 of the Representation of People Law 1992, PNDC Law 284 as amended, and the matter of parliamentary elections for the Asin North constituency held on 7 December 2020, and the matter of a petition by Michael Ankuma Nimfa challenging the declaration of Electoral Commission of James Kwesi, aka James J.Chi Kwesi, as Member of Parliament elect for the Asin North constituency pursuant to the parliamentary elections held on 7 December. This application, having come on Monday, 4th day of January 2020,
4th day of January 2021 before His Lordship Justice Kwesi Boakye, Justice of the High Court, sitting in Cape Coast. And upon reading the affidavit deposed by Michael Ankuma Nimfa, applicant hearing in support thereof, and upon hearing Frank Davis, Esquire, and with him Gary Dimaku and Frank Kusi, counsels for and on behalf of the applicant, hearing together with Abraham Amaliba, Esquire, and with him Edu Yabua of counsel and on behalf of James Kwesi, aka James Gechi Kwesi, first respondent. It is hereby ordered that James Kwesi, aka James Gechi Kwesi, first respondent hearing, is hereby restrained from holding himself out as a member of Parliament elect restrained from holding himself out as a member of Parliament elect for the Assin North constituency within the central region of the Republic of Ghana, and further presenting himself to be sworn in as a member of Parliament elect as such until the final determination of the petition filed against him by the applicant hearing, given under my hand and seal of the High Court at Cape Coast, 6th day of January 2021.
The day you go to his house and follow him.
Finished. I was, yes. I was duly served, and I am therefore unable to recognize for the purposes of election of Speaker. I will therefore accordingly proceed. Proceed with the conduct of these elections. Honorable members elect, any further nominations? Mr. Chairman. You are not helping me with this.
Chairman, I rise to move that Professor Aaron
The chairman clerk, the Honorable Dr. Ayene was on his feet. And he was on his feet, elucidating information. Just tolerate him for 1 minute. Let's hear what information he requires from you in respect of the matter, because this record will be important in court. So allow us to hear Dr. Ayene. You said due process. Hear Dr. Ayene. He's been on his feet before leader will move his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Hamza is a registrar.
Mr. Chairman, when I was on my feet the first time, I raised a fundamental issue of legal procedure, due process of law. And, Mr. Chairman, I am aware that Parliament is a master of its own procedure. However, Parliament is subject to the law. And the law of this land is that a procedurally defective service is legally ineffectual, is null and void and of no effect. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I ask a factual question in relation to proof of service. Can you show the proof of service to my leader? And then also, Mr. Clark, I am aware that the registrar of the Cape Coast High Court is one Mr. Hamza. He's not a bailiff. I have dealt with him in my court practice. The registrar is Mr. Hamza. He's not a bailiff. And therefore, if you are not properly served, that service is not and of no effect.
Honorable Acheampong, please, any more nominations?
What is it? Stop light. No, let the clerk speak. Let the clerk speak. Let me speak first. What are you talking about? My what?
Hooligan.
The chairman, as far as this house is concerned, you as the chairman has made a determination on this. I will proceed from there. The chairman, I rise to propose that Professor Mike Okwei do take the chair of this House as the Speaker. Chair, the Right Honorable Professor the Speaker of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic was born to Mr. GHAN Okwei of Osu, Accra, and he was a cocoa merchant. And also to Mrs. Felicia Awusiki Okwei, nee Azu of Kodumase Krobo, and the third of the 7 children on 4th April 1944. Professor Aaron Okwei was brought up at Samakese in the eastern region of Ghana, where he attended the Catholic and Presbyterian basic schools before proceeding to Presbyterian Secondary School, Udumase Krobo, for his O-level, and Apam Secondary School for his A-level. He studied further at the University of Ghana, University of London, and Lincoln in London. He holds a BA Honours, Political Science, LLB Honours, BL, and PhD degrees, respectively. Chairman, Professor Aaron Michael Okwei's working life has been a combination of private legal practice, lecturing, active politics, on the marginalized in society, and pastoral care. Speaker Okwei is a barrister of the Supreme Court of England and Wales and a senior member of the Ghana Bar. As an academic, he achieved the singular distinction of winning within 4 years the coveted international awards is considered the highest award in academia. He was a visiting scholar in connection with these awards in London and Virginia, George Mason, United States of America. He was the head of Department of Political Science at the University of Ghana, Legon, from October 1999 to January 2002, and also the Vice President of the Africa Association of Political Science from 1997 to 1999. He has researched and written extensively on good governance, conflicts, political education, decentralization, human rights, military intervention in politics, non-governmental organizations, rural development, parliamentary democracy, and gender. He is a keen advocate of the rights of women, including affirmative action. He's one man who has regularly featured in conferences on gender in this country and abroad. His books and articles have been published in England, Canada, United States of America, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Ghana. His rich experience in African politics has been tapped by many institutions in Ghana and abroad. Professor Michael Okwei is an accomplished diplomat, legislator, politician, among others. Chairman, on the diplomatic landscape, he served as Ghana's High Commissioner to India between 2002 and 2004. As a politician and legislator, he served as the Member of Parliament for Dominic-Kwabenya constituency from 2005 to 2013 January. He was the Minister of Energy 2005-2006, Minister of Communications 2006-2007, and the second Deputy Speaker of the 5th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana between 2009 and 2013. His tenure as Ghana's High Commissioner to India recorded unrivaled achievements, which include the Ghana Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in Information Technology, a showpiece in Africa. The Ghana Presidential Palace and Office Complex, tractors and concession returns to revamp agriculture, and $102 million facility to Ghana, which had 48% grant element, 25 years of repayment period, 5 years moratorium, and 0.5% interest rate per annum. He served as Minister of Energy, as I said, and presided over the deregulation exercise, expansion and maximum application of the Tema oil refinery, unprecedented petroleum exploration, and actually negotiated and signed an agreement between Tullow Oil, which led to the first discovery of oil in Ghana, a recapitalization of the Water River Authority and the Electricity Company of Ghana. Identified steps intensified to resolve SAFE. Chairman, he also presided over the amendment of the VRA Act, the commissioning of the West African Gas Pipeline by President Kufuor, the signing of the Bui Dam Memorandum of Understanding with Sino-Hydro Corporation of China in September 2005. As Minister of Communication, Ghana and China signed the $30 million agreement for the National Backbone Project. The World Bank gave Ghana a $40 million concession facility. After all, the relevant benchmarks have been satisfied in record time. The Ghana Society for the Blind was provided with Braille computer system with the help of the government of India. He was in charge of initial steps for the divestiture of Westro and Ghana Telecom. Ghana attained record tele-density and rural telephony targets with Chinese assistance. As a parliamentarian, he took keen interest in legislation and made meticulous endeavor in detecting minute slips. He made brilliant statements and various comments and contributions, which were rich in depth. He sat on the Committee on Members Holding Office of Profit, Standing Orders Committee, the Committee on Defense and Interior, Committee on Local Government, and the Committee on Communication. The second Deputy Speaker, his evenness and equanimity pleased both sides of the House whenever he presided. Having risen through the ranks to become the Speaker of Parliament for the 7th Parliament, Professor Aaron Makwakwe's aura attracted many distinguished personalities to Ghana and to Parliament House, including the august visit of the first ever sitting Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Speaker Nancy Patricia Pelosi, who was also granted audience to address the House. The Prime Minister of Barbados, Excellency Mia Motley, who also addressed the House. The Speaker of the House of Representatives Nigeria, Right Honorable Femi Baja Biamila, and the Speaker of Uganda, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, who also visited on the Speaker's invitation and gave a very brilliant lecture on affirmative action and women's participation in politics. As a legislator himself, Right Honorable Professor Okwe's passion for affirmative action led him to initiate measures to advocate for women and children, inclusion, people with special needs, and gender equality. He has also shown interest in the welfare of the marginalized in society, including various donations to persons with disabilities, and sought release of a pregnant woman from the Islam female prison. Chairman, the Speaker's passion, together with the assistance of leadership of the House, have led to the rapid passing of bills, albeit in a very meticulous fashion. A number of these attracted considerable public interest. The swift pace at which the number of sittings, question time, statements on the floor, and legislations have been heightened under the 7th Parliament led by Professor Okwe is progressively unparalleled. During his tenure, Speaker Okwe presided over 600 plenary sittings and accepted over 3,214 papers, including bills, reports from committees of the House and ministries, departments, and other agencies, waivers, resolutions, conventions, and loan agreements, among others. Speaker Okwe presided over the review of the standing orders to reflect the needs of the House. And it's unfortunate that the House could not adopt the review standing orders before the House came to be prorogued midnight of the 6th of January. Professor Michael Okwe was also the first to have introduced sign language interpretation in Parliament for very obvious benefits of our disabled brothers and sisters. On the 18th of December 2020, the House passed the first ever private members' bill.
Now listen to Dear News Channel.
These two bills were under the supervision of Professor.
I think this argument, New Patriotic Party, put it forward.
Mr. Chairman, Parliament has
just to sell their candidate. Then afterwards, NDC also put forward to sell their candidate. Let's see how it goes. It's my goal to aim to keep partisan level.
Offices for all other members of Parliament who hitherto had no offices, visitors waiting center, drivers waiting center, and the chamber support services block. He also spearheaded the facelift of the existing parliamentary chamber. As an academic, Professor Emmanuel Acheampong took keen interest in revamping the Parliamentary Training Institute. There are many things that he has done to improve institutional structures in the system and human capital and talent development as well. He's also done a lot to promote staff welfare, and the measures that he has superintended over, the chairman, are unprecedented in the annals of Ghana's parliament, notably the 7th Parliament. He has also shown keen interest in building a knowledge hub for Parliament as an institution. The ingenuity of Right Honourable Speaker Okwe has provided members of Parliament and staff opportunities to participate in several sub-regional and international learning experiences. He ensured that the rich experiences and learning outcomes are documented and bound for historical references. It is noteworthy that under the leadership of Professor Emmanuel Acheampong, the following books have been published for the first time: The Rulings of the Speaker, Statements on the Floor, Private Members' Bills in Ghana, a guide, addresses by the Speaker and leaders of this House. Mr. Chairman, Professor Michael Acheampong employed his diplomatic skills to resolve many conflicts, petitions, and issues brought before him. He would be remembered for resolving international trade issues between Ghana and Nigeria in September 2020, and several ambassadors and international partners have called on Speaker Acheampong with regards to pertinent global issues. He is a founding member and a key spokesperson in advocating for Africa's debt cancellation to alleviate the unprecedented socio-economic pressures caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chairman, the Speaker Acheampong, through his personal relationship with the Serbian government, acquired scholarship for 10 Ghanaian students. Through him, many students in Ghana have successfully completed their educational pursuit as he paid for their tuition fees. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Acheampong also took upon himself to acquire invaluable assets for Parliament, including the Marine Drive Tourism Enclave and the Aviation Hub at Denton, which spans 20 acres. Finally, Professor Acheampong was elected the head boy of PUSEC during the 80th anniversary of the school. An accompanying citation recognized his various contributions to the school and his pedigree attained nationally and internationally in politics, laws, and development. Professor Aaron Michael is married to Major Retired Mrs. Alberta Botima Okwe, and they are blessed with children. His hobbies include playing soccer, table tennis, reading, writing, and music. Mr. Chairman, it is this president that I commend to all of us, Chairman, that this House, that he takes the chair of this House as Speaker. The Chairman, appropriately, I do so move. Thank you very much.
Any point of order? Point of order, sit down. You did the same thing, sit down. My microphone is live. He did the same thing. Yes, okay.
I second. Mr. Chair.
Hey, you cannot speak. You cannot speak. I am up on a point of order also.
Mr. Chair.
You will not be able to speak here. Because I'm also up on a point of order. The way you rose to arrest my speaker is the same way I am rising to arrest him. I am rising on a point of order. Mr. Chair, I am rising on a point of order. I am challenging you that the person who gave you the rate, that you are the order, is the deputy registrar who stands. He is not a bailiff. And you are rising on a point of order. You must respect my leader.
Mr. Chair.
No, you cannot proceed. You must speak. Are you a leader? You must speak. Respect our leader. Second the motion.
Mr. Chair.
I want to recognize I said earlier. I second the motion.
I rise to second the motion. Every moved by Honorable Oseche Mensabo.
Chairman Clerk, just for the record, I want you to lay transparently the service and processes that were served on you on the table with evidence of the bailiff and hour and time of which he signed to serve you. Lay it for our purposes as is required of law before we proceed further. We want proof of service late, but I'd like to inspect it to satisfy myself and to find out from you, Chairman Clerk, whether when you receive service, you actually communicated same to the MP-elect as is required by law. What time you serve? So lay the proof of service and let us know whether when you receive service, because my colleagues that are senior lawyers in the Jerugodi versus Issa 1989, the clerk is not the attorney or lawyer for the MP-elect, and therefore you must establish further whether you serve the MP-elect those processes. So kindly lay it before the table, the proof of service, with evidence of the bailiff who served it. And then whether you have the power you are exercising, the question is whether clerk is check the ruling.
Mr. Chair, respectfully, the invitation by Honorable is well grounded. Suffice to state for the records that the MP-elect, for the records, was in court. And at the time the order was read, he was in court with his own lawyers, and the court records would bear. And as a Ghanaian, it is my duty to inform this House on such facts, so that, Mr. Chair, we all be at peace that perhaps the invitation on you is even superfluous, because the MP-elect himself was present in court when his matter was argued. His lawyers were there. When his case, the ruling was made against him, he was in court. At least for the records.
Mr.
I will lay it. I will lay the document for the information of the House. The document was served on the clerk to Parliament for my action. So it wasn't served for the purposes of me serving the member.
We are talking about personal service. We are talking about injunction. An injunction to the House of Chair. An injunction to the House of Chair. That's the House of Chair. That's the House of Chair. Election today.
Cyril is the tool in the House of Chair.
So we are watching this unfold on the phone.
Oh, it's a lot to learn.
Mentime ho ase kakra na asori ewo eye krata efiri court to them eba eye clerk of na se clerk to parliament no na so ye a ye rahari na drusu se opeso wo hwe na bra clerk no de krata no ekoye ekoma no no na otwe ne phone se otwa na afoforo a wonu free eye NDC amanyoko no onu maka chemechre eye members of parliament elect no onu mo so person behwe bi na no na marshals of parliament ne try some prevent you omo a edi kikiri kakra aba se say ya wono mo hwese abiyafo no be sa atena se na dwumadie no se de e wo se esiko no akọ sabre machine ni ba akọ akosum police ni ba akọ amabufuo eye aba mse e wo se abotre eye adwuma ekwan a nipa ni bi efa so a ono ekokutua so no ano ya ye den esi ya ahobambofo no na machine fo no ni omo anya a chese kasa ene ntiatiamu ene dede yo kakra asore wo hono mu a se de wo hu e wa fidie nso sei ene ekoso wo men emra hye bedwafie areho kakra se oman a yani abre na yesa yamrane wo kemam ka bi ho na eduru mmem bi a na entiase anya adwuma kitikiti a afidi aya na ebufuo no adoso saa no ha adwene bebre kotu aseme kaye no ena dwamtreni ne wotena dwam atoto ne ma se kasama fo memra hye bedwafie ede atudwa se osom na nipa ye to ba ma no asin of abato mpesua so no nyade a owitima wa ne kwan ama no ato aba on ba beto ede yi speaker ni be sanse court krata ene court asema wo ka no kire se oni ho kwan so otubie na emu adansidie a dom kuma kane dom kuma eba no den yeru hari na dusu epe ena chese kwa kofa kikiri di aba pani no kane no o kan se krata court de bre ne de bre ono se onye ho adwuma afa bre nso mfa nkire na dede kakra ba no se sebe anansi enti ne ekum so nkroso a yehua ne hwenti krata ne nie ena ode ko yeru hari na dusu ho na no so twe ne phone sɛ wɔde ɛtwa enti twa na wɔtwa no ɛna afei deɛ obi ahunu deɛ ɛhyɛ wɔn a ɛwɔ akyire yɛ abɛdwafo a yɛato aba ma wɔn wɔ ndc afɛn mu no bi sɔre a wɔn mo ɛbɛn anim sɛ so wɔbɛgye krataa no so wɔbɛhwɛ bie sɛ te sɛn na wɔn si ahobanbɔfoɔ so ɛwɔ abɛdwafie hɔ ɛna wɔn ɛso bɔ wɔn mmɔden sɛ wɔbɛbɔ wɔn ho ban ɛno na akɔfa kikiri kakra a ɛde aba nti asɛm no te sɛ mpanimfoɔ no a ebi ɛwɔ ndc amanyɔkuo no no patapata wɔn mu enuanom so wɔn ntena se ahobanbɔfoɔ no so ɛwɔ abɛdwafie hɔ no nso aba mu okɔ npp fo afɛ mu deɛ wɔn tete hɔ din ɛna wɔn ɛhwɛ deɛ ɛkɔ soɔ deɛ ɛpɛ ne sɛ asomdwe bɛyɛ n'adwuma ne ato aba ɛde ayi kasamafoɔ ɔman mmara so bɛfie na afei mu adwo kae sɛ dwumadie a wɔdi siesie no ɔhyɛ aseɛ dumienu apa ho sima edu pɛpɛɛpɛ sisi yɛ kasa yi yɛbɛfa ne sɛ dɔnhwere baako ne fa ɛna aba nso yɛntumi nkɔ abatoɔ no so a ɛno ne agye titiriw a yɛyɛ ɔso ɔto aba yi nso ewie sɛ mekasa yi abadwafoɔ no koraa bɛsɔ yɛ ansa na wɔn ato aba yi kasamafoɔ na no ama ɛkwan ada hɔ sɛ ɔmampanin a yɛato aba ɛde ama Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo nso atumi ɛsɔe ɛde akyerɛ wɔn na nso bɛtɔ mframa di kan ɛho mporoporo wa kakra a yɛhunu yi ɛna ɛnhyɛ da nyɛ nika ɛnɛ yi wofa ɛyɛ Facebook ne social media yɛ handles ahodoɔ a yɛstreami Adom 106.3 ɛnom ne ho kekakeka ho a nokura ni nyame anim ɛnya asɛm ketewa korakora messages amanfoɔ de baabi deɛ yɛ atɛnie ebinom abɛmu abu sɛ wɔne a yɛse wɔn nhyɛ mmara ma yɛn ni so ɛna wɔda suban te sɛ yɛdi ba yɛn te aseɛ sɛ abufuo deɛ ɛka nipa abrabɔ ho abufuo no ba a ɛyɛ den a nipa bɛyɛ ne bi nanso ne nyinaa mu no wɔbɛte wɔn ho ase na afei deɛ nte aseɛ ayɛ adwuma na wɔde atoa so saa bere deɛ wohwɛ sɛ yɛwura John Gyinapɔ ne buafuo a wɔtetere ne nsa hwɛ npp fo afɛ mu menim sɛ obi aka nsɛm bi ma atwi nanaa sɛ ɛyɛ n'abufuo a Sam George so deɛ ɛne ɛnɛ fiti ahyɛseɛ no nyinaa abufuo no tua mu a sɛ nsɛm pii ha no ɛna wɔde ho abufuo ɛkasa ɛtetere ne nsa no yɛgyiri yie sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ ama ɔman ɛne sɛ biribiara ni a ne kwan so san sɛ mmara nti na nipa ɛwɔ saa abadwafie hɔ nyinaa ɔmo hɔ ɛnyɛ mmara ɛna ama ho kwan si yɛtumi to aba ɛyi nipa bi nyɛma n'akɔnya sɛ wɔnkɔ traffic kɛseɛ mu a menye ne sɛ nka nipa ɛwɔ hɔ yi ɛnɛ yi ɔmo wɔ hɔ nti wɔ sɛ ɔmo nya abotere paa ɛna ɛnyɛ ahoɔden sɛ yɛ ahoɔdenfoɔ ɛna yɛpɛ ɛde akɔ abadwafie hɔ so a menye ne sɛ bi a ɔman mu no nyina nipa ɛno aduɔson ɛyɛ nipa yi ɛna nka yɛbɛyi ɔmo sese yɛ na krataa clerk to parliament ɛde ɛtru edwa no wohwɛ mu a abadwafoɔ a wɔkyerɛ sɛ abatoɔ kɔmisa agye atom si ato a bɛyi ɔmo no wohwɛ ɛyɛ katafa ɛtɔ so nkron the 8th parliament page number 9 ɛwɔ saa brochure for inauguration no krataa yɛde ɛpa wɔn ntoma na wɔn aso afrɛ mu aso ayi na ne din ɛtɔ so ahanu aduasa ɛnan 234 Quincy James Jackson asin of NDC Central ɛna ɛhyɛ n'anim pafo ne din tɔ so 234 saa na brochure no ɛhɔ ɛna ne din ɛwɔ yɛwura Quincy na ne se a ne ho aba asɛm yi ɛnti aseɛ nyɛ n'adwuma na yɛnkɔ ne yɛntie deɛ ɛkɔ so wɔ hɔ no kakra ɛnsɛm bi wɔ mo kaa no ɔhye na yɛwura ABF sɛ ni deɛ ɛnɛ wosɛ yɛ GHAN no a wɔbɛto twɛdeɛ san sɛ mekae sɛ ahyɛseɛ no mu hɔ no na ɔne yɛwura Emmanuel Acheampong nya kasakasa kakra fei ɔno mo yere no na ɔpata no baabi mpata akyire ɛna ɔte ne ho ase sɛ so no nso ate aba anim hɔ no baabi a kyerɛ sɛ nsa ahoɔden deɛ wɔ bi paa na mpini ntira na yɛbɛhwɛ sɛ afei emu bɛdwo ama dwumadie no ɔno atoa so sɛdeɛ ɛwɔ sɛ ɔno ɛtoa so no a mehu sɛ mpanimfoɔ no bi apagya wɔn mu yɛwura ha yi na aduru so sɛ wapagya ne mu menim baabi a ɔde n'ani kyerɛ yɛ deɛ san sɛ ɛnyɛ deɛ ɛkɔ so nyinaa na ɛwɔ screen ne so na wapagya ne mu afiri n'akonnwa no n'akonnwa ne tuntum no a ɛkyɛ hɔ no wohwɛ anim hɔ nom a ɔne ɛyɛ yɛwura James Kluche Avegyi our any deputy, and a majority, almost chief whip, a Muntaka Mubarak. Is a crown, a majority in minority in the Nekaya day. Na Unudia Woka Ediafa. And so said ye, Papa Ekasas is here, no Sasa, and Tiasiaba Yamuna, Ajacotundia. Let us say, and this Yamanukuno, one more any pan swat if you her Ebiasa and 187, Eddie about her Ebiasa Insia, and only any bread of sunset, and also no one who didn't in a swap, any of who say ye Jinamui Padi, Ubian or Wardom Cassia, or Bejufiunti, a Cobasa court to crack by ever be shy of Munipan Badia. And I say every one, let's say any breba. Now, young come out for say, here is Yama or from Namra Sebia, Ujinamu, Sacontocro, and as a contacro, a dean Kunimino. And they what say, MPP for no pay, and 15 pay. I just said, I see, and teacher baby be at Tomo to Afras, where then you see tell moon 15 holiday. A bed is Ube free woho. Now, a baton on sono, a home and send. She said, you know, and a person trauma swabber. I said, you know, a person a trauma, a swabber, and my back Casama Fono, a professor Eroma Kukia. Here or say, Chairman Sabunsu, and a dean who and common one dance yet, actually be your fiano. And now you're a bambag, so you're Harina Jusu, and a dean who common one dance yet, and a train. But if we mean name day, one million hours swab or whom or do may among your sim papa, and Yasam Kitwa. Mubia will be the speaker, be our Safata. Who named dear any so Sabri, Yanshana, Yanko, Abigafio, na Yanko hair and Comodi. They say Nipa Bakwana, Swaya Shogan Hapa, dear, and only a year clerk to Parliament, no. Penino, Minini said, as you said, I seem to say never to no crank and oh, Beduma. They say, and Yasam gets up and cry. A giant so good. You
are not close with the authority to tell us or to serve a member in the chamber. So please be mindful that you yourself, as chair, you are involving yourself in an illegality. You are involving yourself in an illegality. You are not close with the power or the authority to do what you are doing. So please, yours is to draw the attention of the House. But you cannot restrain the member because the member has not been served. And if the member, like someone is claiming was in court, the member was not in court. And if the member is aware and he claims he's not aware, it is a matter for him and the court. And the court can find him contempt and charge him whatever. But it is not for you to try to serve him in the chamber. So what the steps you are taking, Mr. Clark, Chairman, you are absolutely wrong. You are absolutely wrong. That is not none of your business at all.
Well, that was Muntaka Mubarak, who was the minority chief whip.
Yera Mubarak Muntaka, and I catch Papa and so no, her suman and oil. Were her chirikwa, nti, said to me, the Ashan in some, the court Naka Samoa, Papa Nankasana, court Naka Samafan Hono, Unya Krata, near Dance Gibia. It is a court to the Asama Brenoa, or only the answer of a king kind, actually, Nipeo. Name so for 2 maybe, in Kitano, and answer 1 year, said Odijana, say, Oma, a year, a sin of. Mashibia near Yatu Obama no. Enswa afenemu enswa idea. Eyam from so kese. Say and someone in ye change into one day. Se court na kasa no so bebu na ni agusumpo abra wa kenkan akere no a. Oma ne nye ne sa. Na court no ebeche no contempt. So watwena no awofom ana so wodi boni bia. E ono ankasa ne nkonkonko. Na se obeye se wo si ni kwan de. Se tumi ni woni. Eno ne asemo Yera Muntaka Mubarak editu dwa. Apotwe a asore enyina ye se Yera Alex Afenyo Makina, and they Epipia Manuko Bonidin, say, if I say we see a month for war, if you true about one Pesiano and name some Rashidino, or no side and I have done Cassia and Bandinia Bidia. Now, or no, and a debate will say, Opesu Bisa, Abida Forno, Titu, Gumtrenia or Chegum Sisi, a clerk and say, Anidia, when Yakra Tabia Tricotu, a sans one moon in Pass a photo, at a tabo at Penny Bakwa. Or a big field, no cry, the Wamuni, it's a 1 year, ɛna yɛwura ha na dusu de bɛhwe mu sɛ an yɛwura gyakyɛ a ɔno yɛ asen of machine bɛnya asɛm no ɔka no na yɛmaa no tumi krataa biara anaa kɔɔto nka biribiara ɔmo nte biribiara nti ɛna ɔmo yɛpia do yɛduom a kɔwie sɛ afei deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ clerk no ɛkenkan krataa no asɛm wɔ mu nti ne kenkan mu no ɛna hyɛ sɛ ɛkɔkɔ wie sɛ afei deɛ asɛm no asi nti ɔno ntumi hwɛ sɛ papa no bɛtoa so Pacho, Saturday, say, Omasha said, Dincomonti, Yankoncotier.
Which invitation made a demand on you to provide a proof of service. That proof of service is always in the bosom of the bailiff. So, Mr. Chair, just for the records, so that we are all satisfied, that you, as a recipient of a court process, cannot have the proof of service. It is held by the bailiff, which is in her administrative records. That is the law. That is the law. Sit down, sit down.
Chairman Clerk, we have to respond. We have to respond to that national duty that there is no interregnum in the governance leadership of the country Ghana. Therefore, this event is also time-bound. Chair Clerk, it is my contention and submission that the Honorable James Kwesen was not in court, and you yourself have admitted that you did not serve him the process. Under the circumstances, let him err on the side of law and bear the consequence in court. So let him take the oath because he's not been served any process. He will appear before court. For the merits of the matter to be determined. Because Chairman Clerk, I'm not sure you are clothed even with the powers of the ruling that you made as clerk chairman. Nowhere in our standing orders and in the constitution. But allow him, since you yourself admit that you didn't serve in process, and it is not true that he was in court, we know how he got here. He's not been served. So let him err on the side of caution. He will go to court and submit himself when the court so needs him. Leader, I so submit so that we make progress.
That's all. That's good point. Clerk Chairman, this House cannot condone an illegality. There is even Amewu is here. Even Amewu is here. A judgment of competent jurisdiction. Even Amewu beat up a baby. This parliament knows about it. You sit down. You are an illegality yourself. Sit down. You'll be complicit if you give a ballot to him because he's not supposed to hold himself as an MP. We will not vote. That will not vote. We won't vote today. Mr. Chancellor, you are boring. Sit down. You are boring. Sit down. Yes, you mentioned Amewu. Amewu had an injunction. Until a court of competent jurisdiction revoked, crushes it as by the Supreme Court or on appeal, is a binding order of the court. And please, we who pass law here cannot lead to that. He came here, that's his matter, but this House cannot be part of an illegality. He is not supposed to hold himself up, and therefore, please go out. 137, 136. Move out, please. Go out. Go out. Go out. Go out.
Honorable Aruna agrees with you.
Do you have the consent of the honorable?
Thank you very much.
Do you have
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clerk.
The consent of your
Mr. Chairman.
Please lay it on the table.
Mr. Chairman.
Please lay it.
We are all arguing and acting on the assumption that there is a parliament. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, if you read Article 93 of our Constitution, we still don't have a parliament. We still don't have a parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have a gathering of MPs elect and a clerk of parliament with a very, very limited assignment. The assignment of overseeing the election of a speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk, the processes, the privileges, the immunities that members of parliament enjoy are the issues that are being debated here. But we are not yet members of parliament. We are not yet members of parliament. And therefore, your powers in relation to service of processes do not arise yet. They do not arise. And the injunction does not relate to you as a clerk. The injunction relates to a particular person. It is for the bailiffs to find that person and serve that person.
I love you. I love you.
It is for the bailiff to find that person and serve that person. Because he is not yet a member of parliament. He is not yet. And so you have no jurisdiction over him. Assuming, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chairman, that seated here, we are even to be presumed to be members of parliament. Your conduct amounts to attempting to serve a member of parliament whilst he is in parliament. Assuming that we are even to be presented as members of parliament, your conduct amounts to attempting to serve a member of parliament whilst he is in parliament. And the effect of that, Mr. Clerk, is clearly unconstitutional. So the proper thing to do is to allow him to participate in the proceedings and later on deal with the consequences of the matter as is being advocated by the incoming majority leader of this House. So I urge you, Mr. Clerk, Chairman, that you allow the Honorable elected MP to participate in the proceedings, and your limited job of allowing us to elect a speaker, let that happen. Afterwards, we then get sworn in by the speaker. We then become members of parliament, and within the context of being members of parliament, service on us can be sent through you. But as it is now, we are not members of parliament. If we have an issue with the court, let the court find us individually and serve us.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Ayine, the former Deputy Attorney General, was the one person that made reference to Article 117 of the Constitution. The Speaker, it was Honorable Ayine who introduced Article 117 of the Constitution in this argument. And his argument was that service could be served on a member of parliament, one. Service could be served on the clerk of parliament. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in this argument that is on the floor of parliament, Mr. Speaker, on this argument that is on the floor of parliament, if you listen to the argument just raised by Honorable Ayariga, it is in contravention of Article 117. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, they are asking you as a clerk to this House, when there has not been any speaker or the House being properly constituted, to give them proof of service on the matter. Mr. Speaker, proof of service on the matter does not lie in you. It is the court that has that proof of service. Mr. Chairman, you have been served as the clerk to Parliament, and you have brought in your evidence here as your evidence of being served. The onus per our law is not on you to give proof of service. And there is an order of a high court, a court of competent jurisdiction. And the honorable member, during the arguments or debates on the floor, confidently rose to show himself in defiance of the court's ruling that he should not hold himself as an MP-elect. Mr. Chair, and that is in direct contravention of the Constitution and the rules of this House. And it's actually contempt of the court. So, Mr. Chairman, I strongly believe that your evidence that you brought here is good enough. The member of the elect, member of Parliament elect, who is not supposed to hold himself as such, should bow his head down in shame and walk out of this chamber honorably, because he is in contempt of the court and in contempt of this House. Mr. Chair, I think that your earlier ruling, you have ruled on this matter, and your earlier ruling stands. If they want to come and challenge it, the rules are clear. Come by a substantive motion. I rest my case, Mr. Chair.
Shame! Nobody's going to be called in this house again, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clark, let's get on with the voting. Let's go. What are we still here? We're debating and making all the noise in the world. Let's get on with it for Christ's sake, Mr. Clark. You are the clerk. Please take the handle of this matter and let's get on with it. Stop my debate. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Oh, Chairman. Hey, I have something to say. How can you let Ayariga's case go? Mr. Chairman. Go ahead and see it. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Why did Kate come from?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, why?
Roxton.
Goes off.
Go and tell the wife.
Honorable members elect, are there any other nominations? I then proceed. Honorable members elect, Article 104(4) of the Constitution provides that where, and I quote, where Parliament is considering a bill to amend the Constitution, or where the voting is in relation to the election or removal of any person under this Constitution or under any other law, voting shall be in secret. There being more than one nomination, I am enjoined under Article 104(4) of the Constitution as well as orders 9.1 and 110 of the standing orders to proceed to conduct the election by secret ballot. Honorable members-elect shall be called in alphabetical order to proceed to the dispatch box to be given ballot papers to record their vote by writing the name of the person or by ticking the name of the person for whom they intend to vote. Honorable members-elect, kindly note that you can only vote for a person who has been duly nominated and seconded. May I also inform you that this is a secret ballot, and therefore you are required to fold your ballot paper so that the name written on it is not seen by any other person when casting your vote. Thank you. Now invite the ballot boxes and the book to be brought.
So you're live still here on Joy 99.7 FM.
Enti ase aye adwuma abato no ebeba so na abato no eba so a na sɛdeɛ clerk no de atu edwa no wɔkyerɛm sɛ wei mmara no kyerɛ sɛ yɛnya nipa boro baako a wɔgyina me ato ne so aba ɛwɔ abadwafie hɔ nom a na ɛwɔ sɛ yɛto aba no kokoa mu anaasɛ yɛto adisie nti wɔn mu wie a yɛakenkan sesei nnipa mmienu a yɛtɔɔ nso aba no Professor Aaron Michael Quay ɛne Alban Kingsport Bagman honorable wɔn mu mmienu no deɛ wopɛ sɛ ɔyɛ speaker anaasɛ kasamafo ma ɔmɛmmra hyɛ badwafie no kɔ a na ne din no wasan ho kama wɔ ho kwan sɛ woto aba no baako pɛ ɛna wɔ ho kwan sɛ wotoma nnipa baako pɛ sɛdeɛ ɛteɛ no nti adaka no baabi a na ɔmode sie no ɛna dɔmku ana yɛwura ayɛ na dusu ne napamfo ɛbu akyerɛ sɛ ɛwɔ koraa na amanfoɔ bɛhunu wɔn a mugu ɛsoro hɔ no nti nsɛntwerɛfoɔ agu lɔbi no mu hɔ no wɔn bɛhunu gallery hɔ no wɔn bɛhunu nti ɛneɛ wɔn ayi afiri hɔ adaka ne si hɔ no ebiema mu biara hwɛ nti na ɛho asɛm kɔsi sese deɛ afɛ deɛ tuo ɛyɛ akɔtwerɛ deɛ twerɛ wɔn bɛto aba no na wote yɛ a ɔsi yɛ di nea bɛbɔ ne nidisoɔ alphabetical order eti sɛ yɛbɔ alphabetical order na ɛsi yɛbɔ a mana baba bɛduru ɛyɛ papa gyɛkyɛ yɛ so na yɛabɔ afa so anaasɛ ho asɛm te sɛ sɛ metra sɛ mehwɛ ɔno ne deɛ no mpo no baabi a ɛhyɛ sɛdeɛ meka no alphabetical order deɛ a na kyɛ sɛ kill question no ɛna ɛne sɛ name no eti kill into ɔtɔ so 234 enti honorable Henry Kwati atu wie a ɔno ne din na toa so yɛbɔfa no so deɛ a na ɛneɛ a yɛbɛkɔ Ramadan Muhammad Adamu Adenta from Ayawaso Central na aba ascend of Kwati Henry to Kwasin James Jache na eba ɛyɛ Ramadan Muhammad Adamu Adenta na Riketegan ɛtoa so na Sarado Asafo no ne ɔmo a ɛkeka ka ho didi so
sɛ wei no clerk no de ato dwa ɔsɛ nkrataa Cape Coast High Court de abrɛ ne sɛ ɛyɛ kwesi no ma ɔfrɛ no ho sɛ ɔyɛ MP elect ɛnɛ dwumadi a wɔbɛdi abato no momfa no ho nhyɛ ɔnka ho ɛfiri sɛ ɔwɔ asɛm wɔ court enti no ɔmahyehyɛ di no te sɛ dɛ wɔkae no from A to Z enti ɛduru hɔ a ɔmmɔ ne din ɔno nso ntumi mfa ne pɛ ɛnkɔnkɔgye ballot papers ɔkɔto ama nti technically ɔnka ho enti wohwɛ sɛ n'abatoɔ no a na kyerɛ sɛ NDC 137 ɛso ahwa aba 136 ɛna MPP nso deɛ no ɛkɔ 138 sɛ fam na de ka MPP 137 wa na kyerɛ sɛ kwan biara so no sɛ bi ansɛe na obiara ato no ɛde ama ɔno ne party di a Professor Michael Kwei ɔbɛsa nso ɔmbɛto aba no ama no sɛ ɔmbɛyɛ speaker ebi sɛ MPP fo ma no ɛbɛdɔɔso ɛyɛ 138
ɛti ma sɛ MPP fo ni bi bɛn fall in love with ɛyi Babin home
dabi wei no akɔyɛ sɛ
ɛyɛ deɛ ɔpɛ deɛ party pɛ
deɛ party no wogyina party na anim na ɔde akɔ na mmom deɛ mpaeɛ a meboa no sɛ ebi nkɔsɛe yɛkɔ nya no gye 10 ballot ebi kɔsɛe deɛ a ɛfiri sɛ nana bifoɔ bɔ ne twoka ɔho ayɛ sɛ asɛm ba a wonya kyidaefo yɛmpere yɛno ɔsɛ yɛka no din ayɛ sɛ kɔ din saa obi asase hwɛ no enti kwesi aba no ɔnto wo a wonim na wode ballot paper no bɛma no sɛ gye kɔkɔto no wo nso wo asɛm ɛfiri sɛ yɛka no bɛdwam sɛ ɔnka ho enti no yɛsifoɔ no bɛhwɛ aba no so obia ne wɔbɛte ballot paper ama no enti bɛhwɛ kwan sɛ bɛyɛ 136 for Bagbin 138 for Professor Michael Kwei.
All right.
If you say NDC question on two.
Some can say no me no about hon sima edu you know ni say nkasa bere de nkia wie. E say pe abekwan ne de atram ye nya sem to akra. By election headquarters say tie bia na ye wie adwumadie na yenso yempon ye ezi say mission committee 31st December kam ye prophet kese pa o. Say we go duru ba bia papa yi beka say ombeka say chinchin a ye mani mpie free dem bo on transit. O te say me kan sa asem no. Na akosi nti asem na so ye kwa ma so mu chechire ni. Ena e kwa duru sa mpempenso no. They say ba bia ye free. Enti ase ni nya adwuma yie papa. Enso for want of yenye ne ntem yen sorry to say dwumadi kese da yenim we ye ni ne honka honti. O se ye nto aso. Enso endis amanyuko no ahye bemfo no omo nti omo ho ase ye shabato no so ase
na esan ye suban so man esan ye suban se kokoba se ye dom ku a dodo sa na ye ne man dinemu no na se so hwe no waka no krepa anka yenu na nkasa mre ngese osoro pri ho dada so also hwe na waka no krepa na yenu na nka ni se oba hokra NDC aya manyuku betumi aka se on principle ye ne court no enya adwene on principle senia ye fa so ekodi asem na ye bua no fo ana se ye injantin kirini ade no ye sisi endi kura ye boycott parliament se MPP fo nko abekwa akoyi speaker ye behwe eno wo ho na emom no se court aka asem ye kotena parliament nya ye funny interpretations enye clerk ne se oje rate enye clerk ne se oje injunction ni ade nyina se you don't need to be a lawyer and who nya se obey a lawyer no aka se we frivolous technicalities no use no eye ba bia mra ye adwuma and anka yen why na dwen se on sorry anka samre parliament ama political for abepaja no every holiday kran sana eti do kwa kugina mranim na ya contempt na wo ye nidi a wamfa ma court no se obu court enim tia no ya hwe ne mum no mo ma mento kra menko
ba esi for information ba bia hu se bufo na kosoro pa se de omo piapia post bi ni bi ho no dem tie nse ayi ACP kwasi ofori ba ho to mani bo nani mu anom se akwa na asa ba no
wow o ka che sem so ndi
it is waba bia
Oh,
we and can say Bruce, I can say Uran said,
the American Quacosi said, the police for a while so move a bedin some cry.
Essence, ran here, you mentioned a bedin, and Untina Fulani Bomi and Samba. No cocotina Kunozoa. One more every punquada omni 15 years here. Wafa mamma here will be a mammy, will be reno. Now, ensure woman no more saying. Now, one quack was saying, go for Fulani Bomi and Sa. Now, by when a divisional police command, they will grow more. Now, by when a police will grow more every 40, 50. Just because the law is not working. Now, when you had the Ketchakra, oh, what was it? Court to say, Mamma, now, yes, you call us. It is because the laws are not working. Now, baby, yes, Shamra. Now, you're more man, Mumpuni.
In your boomerang comes out.
Never crash.
And yet,
the Brana to autonomous.
and yet, also
ripping the law.
Oh, who share NDC for now, MPs now more now. Ye speaker, almost to be so. Ye so to be mayor, to be a commercial with Jumko Yuma. It I don't know, I say, ye protect him and ye defend him at the same time. Also, Parliament, I bet you about Nukuran, or Majiji. We adobia at the end. Into a private assume, ye lady speaker now, with a yen swear in. No, Ubia, not as or legitimately. On why MP were secure in the anyway. Or was secure in the question, the Beshaniaka, 1993, the MPP. The year about Professor Dubai, Bocote Parliament,
Stolen very.
Stolen very. And this is for now. You speak, you be. They did it.
It drew baby. MPP almost say we won't do business with government. Almost signed a dano won't be able to by say we are not prepared to do business with government because of money in our mind. Me won't make can't be not end easy food. Young Macassi. More green say is more boycott proceedings. No more for more conquest. Nemo and yes, say Yabako na an idea and your court may determine a bad tone so. Oh, Bramwell, modern Zemini court. What kind of logic is this?
I say, machine on board.
I'm a woody circle.
Eti, I'm Bobuano, Egusugusuti, radio Swane, Abdom 106.3, Asempana 4.7, and Isra 104.5. Na, baby, I agree. The Unim said, Daya, Abatorona, Basso, you are Muntakabuso. Ejina ho ejinchire mu ache se asem no atwetan setie bia no ne etie ebeto be we ne problem enso na gbc asi yentwe homra. Yamu akwa baby mari aba Adom TV so na amanfo messages enya asem ketwa o omo amka asem hye nkomo eye omo ya ni omo eye omo de ma me fancy me da mo ase bebre ESP Julian Obe CID PRO ye mo achi eze de enya adubiem ye mo achi ade na enya achi ne na no pay na do dan kwakufu ado oje adwa na omo twene omo atan sa o make say ezoluma agrai so na asawo ezi ma yenhwe bepenso aye drain sampanimfo ya o twe dawre no ne ade bi ho no mu a watena be gafie o paint mra no ho standing orders no ne ade no nim ase chairman no ena o hu se senimu o hawo se nsusususo yesintuma nsuan ba bia ehre what you say ase onu sujagu ne so aduru ba bi tu sa for twinsuo be ma ayemre
Or a clerk.
Maybe or Tenokana, Afidian, who crime
or a clerk, Parliament, which man way. Nemo sell on Congo Dream. Onkoye ompa, onkonkoye chairman, ewe domia sebi, omani so she.
Le pacho Julian Obey say or DSP, onye SP pacho wa.
Yes, so no one for
DSP. Police for the woman, the others say who has
Julian, my friendship,
Julian Cafra, what? Metapo Mama Warrior.
No, I am at the fofro. And I'm going say meeting beer winche bida when you first time I hear ordinary meeting. Where you meeting tempests are high. Ubia come again so no ne performance no enyam won say ampoka crabum enyam won say anka bibia so obo eso upon tentem outing name so opere no so anka obetin poto in matters of this nature enoma say no say utu hu anamon a say won carry unan pa mobile Pass obebo makwakwa se wa good e ko true cry.
It's not one question kakra. Court no per de Yero na gusu e kan. E say court krata no kan openi ne nsa. Honorable Afenyo Mark ne futu mrashibeni nchi say onu wugidie se na o court ne lawyer fo nyina na wo. And so Yero na gusu che say court wo anko ho. The basis abri kran nsa kan krata bi e che say ye de tabo ato ne tiri so.
My editor check a crack. And can Cabra editor my newspapers. Now come here say now to be a issue. The boy no babes when issue and bed is 4 or 5 times. Major with free press, chronicle, no money and dealing.
Free press they never bumper.
And dear by say Ushun be by. People try to avoid the service. Mijidi say any media Ubi biara court and then was semanas will be Quasaman at Abase or your home semi ho. No quasimini or gate and okra or bad the farm ho, add ye be a glue and then it is a family area. You are deemed to have been served. A fenyo mark in the no, a semi or your interested party. Ujinafaku. Into me, and you know, some non quanso. And he say, Yura MP elect, alleged MP elect in your home part, and lawyer form for one. Me gidi says, and as I'm no name who he about.
I said, duly, now see a 7 or say, this the ruling of the court. And
I the crater amount, and no ye icing on the cake, and no ye the stamp was issued mine. Not just a week cry. Name on the idea, some year pronouncement. What here? The pronouncement was an official statement.
Yeah, that's an assumption. You assume it's any penalty. But crack time is the media dance actually some part. I didn't crowd.
Me say,
and I consider they're making only men drink.
You know when you drink.
Man interesting.
A Maliba lawyer Maliba. Any do in Sios and do your boy. Only NDC lawyers. Omo to charge a question. Omo seen a question so smile. Omo high court there. It is a judge, ama ruling. I was 70. Lawyer near a lawyer for a see me not small. Omo to them will be.
As I'm crying,
now we catch them say, yes, a woman.
Etino Megidi secreta and Zane Wini and Nasi Wakasama Yatun. Crata and Sampasa Yamfa Am Remoa. Bebia, as a mina cuckoo, a parliament house, no. Omo free Gua, Aswa Crata no dia Baba 455 and a net day. Edia break crack and Ra Edia break like I say. Ye Gidi say as same say you may say a better sortina, Ewa Hasi. Na a son say down here, friend, as you may see, any short term binti, yet the way abba at the Bremer. I feel being to say, Nangas said, believe in the best servant, and Monangas say, as son register and the best servant here. These technicalities. What's in Korea or body, every day, what's in the Mizani, Pamiam, me, I've been coming and be trained to me. Minka doesn't mean to about you. Name most of the minivan to try, and I mean, to say, me, try. What kind of is this one? Petty thing.
Yeah, can say, Yashan Nakana was here to Abanu, still, and Chinuanu Guso, and Tiasian Juma, and Abatonon Shassier. Ye bit me up to Abanavie, at the team They say, I'm fancy no more pons may be no ama omampania kwan eswan
se kokko yesenya yense yeni ba mi nse nyina mi uze yense eya yese mbonji ntokwa no a wo mo so anu chenchene ina bia se komaye ba fun kakra na manu disem ne se ani ibetimi ato aba no ebre hihye yese be na ibi ebepia kwani kakra bia me be so so umi se me se ahwe a ongol beba me spoil ballot de minyini isanze ama omani abre bobi ani da hopa ni mo na we yobi be bobola jono ani net
ongo
na se one just yo
Matias ye pa se ba dia ba ko mu ne se ba bia speaker tena of parliament ne so ho no gallery ho no se me ka se nipa ho nyina ya mo afi ho
na se trefo
na se trefo to eyi o mu nyina afi ho mako saa ni nyina ne se na nipa ni bi a ye mrahye yemfo ni bi kire se ba bi o mu gyina no bi to a o me hu de o trauma no nti no o mfiri ho ba metie u bi sa me de honorable muntakane aruna dusu beto amana metimi de badwen afa ho aka not necessarily say bia sa pepe na tie de but likely say omo what decide to nipa o nominate no omo what decide it depends on numbers no na be say nipa o nominate no obewi ana o wi
na de ehum so say we proxy ni mu enran ewie no mi cross check from parliament so it will be a MP elect na bibi to ni efi ho o bo betumi ambo o say dey ho the proxy and o the womb paso kra bra be to aba
mom the stranger dey beba agin say o mi you free hospital ho ubenyewu na jere wanya short in one
exactly it we say no obia hunya eni jana na o mu hu keti am no mo kai na keti
be obi wa no numba do sia ho no say no say adwo asafo ni keti ni ha minim ni pa o dey sam
o mu le dro ho dey
so eti no we say no proxy ni into french no mo to aba na ongo esi ongo na be da aba
ongo ni o mu ni say e bia na obi a shobi afun
possible
emudu pa na enkankan ni say process no eboa won no won mu gina gallery so pra e mu nyina afiri ho ejina kwakọ ba say me to aba obi ehunu am to ma me nim nyame nko a ne nti say me obi a me corrupt na say wa hyemafo mu ne mudu pa wo fikasi mu eden mu a metima kwakọ to atia me ame political party
obi ehu echire
madwin so obi ehu
ongo de be
ya bo $1 million and answer $500,000 I should
na sipa no omo de gidi
sisi de me hu ni say yera anodom pre MPP nominate ni say on nemra me majority chief whip one chairman no of the day and as of the morning he din komo na yera muntaka so as onso as whip no so ho one na din komo inti me sure say after say on
procedures
yes about procedures no mo na be brief on various members no na omo etimi ahye abato na se nyina e we hye senka ombeto awie ntem na speaker pro benya na aba na omo so etimi asoe in na yenya kwan akoda na ochina debi ochina
mo
esi
why confused na ya wa enye ukwa da bi
ma ya nhwe say ye benya pia patwa na oboy nkomo kakra isi ade mahu say interaction na no ne papa ne ye no no wie nti yera muntaka eni anodom pre akwakọ gina nifa so ye sure so mo ane be pulling agent omo ane be pulling agent obi gina ho na omo ahye in this sense epia ultimate nka di nkomo na oboy ye ede afri o
Abisa for a sign Emma Munina, Ajo, Edama Sefidi, no, Eda Adom TV, Adom FM, Asempe FM, any Asia FM, Sabe Yuguso, ya, a Fimpino, any Eduno Batro, a chi, and Mashabeja Tosso and Son Berry, and yet Tosso Moche, a more and some, na as I will share live on Facebook, and I say YouTuber, you woman said Sabia make a say no. And Mashabejum in Chinwashu ye by Yenina chi from Clark and Summer were they a true journal. They say near Aquarianisa was set abato a postle. I was so to aba. Na Clark Amian and Tiasa abato, and you may war by betono. A ye a kukuamu battle. ya enye abato a yebeka se ebi a ye ka mompagya monsa ana se bi a wonipa kro ye ka monye so we no ye ne ye bodin a ene pepa ye de be ma no ukono watwro sa wo pese abankin so smana baben ena woto obama no no obe speaker no watwro na de abeto adaka no sa wo pese obenfo maikoku a nen so watwro na wo de aba betum na mede atifo ne ahwefo ekọ achi kakra ansana ye ba bedum pempenso a yadui no Clark tena adwamu a ne woyoye ene se obọ mpa ye wieye na ode to mpanimfo animo se adwuma ye de ahye ne nsa a wo be ye nwumri ene se obehwe na yayi emahye bedwamu achi amehene ya wo be ye adwuma nipa odi kan sori ye eye panina wodadom kuma na no emahye bedwamu eye onumyamfo hayo na idusu ene sori ye ede abankin so smana babendin atudwa se onu ni nipa a omafamu no eye ndc amanyuko na fam woyi no se opese oye emahye achi amehene ene na ho bakosam ni suku a wakọ adwuma a waye emahye bedwam bra wadi no odi ni nyina tudwa na owie ye no se emahye bedwam ha nipa ba ko motion a omuvu wie a nanka ne wo second aba na wakana sem but enya ne sa ne hu no ne hu ye ne se emahye bedwani ma omanfo ye wo afutu onmunyamfo afanyuma ken esori edi tudwa se wobesre ansa na motion no a onmunyamfo ha na edusu ne nasem odi atudwa no ebeto aso no wopese osre no obisa Clark bibi se ne nsanka nkrata bia mfi Cape Coast High Court efa emahye bedwani a ni wayi no nipa wayi no se onyina omanfo ye owo asen no fa no ne nsanka nkrata bia na eno ho chinye ba ya ne so Clark ewi ase no waje atum se ne nsa eka nkrata ne nsa ka nkrata edi fi Cape Coast High Court no honomo ya wonum nsem o mode abeto n'animu no kire se court na rule se pania yayi no for Cape Coast North nipa yayi no se Cape Coast North onyina se emahye bedwani wo ye NDC member no on restraining no from say enei obeba be so anti ono adwuma di ahye ne nsa no wo ka de atudwa ne so ka ye no eho achinye baaye ema kane ene sofo be de achi ne asofo a wonum ehwe o meya tenten ne so wonum yamfo Dominica nyini ene mpanimfo bi so de tudwa se da bi ne nsam a wo ka no munyi ni se tumi no ewo no ho se obeka se omma sa nipa no anase nipa yayi ni Cape Coast no for honom no enne omma ni nsai how you do so kwadi asam odi to dwane se eye electoral commission ene kire nipa awari ni abato enye court adwuma eti omotwe hu ntontona no ne akosie ni se adwasafo so de atudwa ose onde ogidi se speaker nya rule hwie na se obi otie adwam ewo speaker na mu no se odi asam topono so na o ma rule ni hwie a waka ne obeka awie eti ono de egidie mu se ensam a Clark kaaye no eda so egina mu se egina mu se enyina mu no Clark aka se wonto aso no wonto aba no na abato no mbeto no yebo udin a no obeje okrata na wakọ akoto eti afei ne ye hwe se edin no ebebobo no Cape Coast nipa asen of oyi no ayese court e wuli se ene kan wo so wo fie ha wo ha no si bebo ni dia ma ono so wakọ akoto abani bi anasa onkoto abani bi no benifo ahyase ebodin no etu hwa side bia ship no ye adwuma emfimfini sabe Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak aba begina hono ya wo hwe no ne members no ogina fa ena anodom presso egina mu onso gina fa asa obi egina mu ama ne nkrofo nanso no Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak se wo hwe ne ekoso e wo floor hono mo a waba betai onunyamfo anodom pre ho omumienu egina fa ako mehu so se ye de deputy chief whip Lydia Sairama Alhassan so eko kugina ano ho baabi na sane Muntaka kotae anodom pre ho no se eche buofu majority leader bofu ama wakwakoyi anodom pre fi so nko gina ne baabi na we su nyina ne baabi eti sese na ese gina baabi na nyina me baabi obi ye hwe ne nkrofo asen central na hyebedwani onmunyamfo Canada compare ko Japan so asode ye onu su gina kwana no na megidi se sane obi ye ne esi abre no egina emadodo obi awo sese obi anim se se onipa ko wa nhwe ye no ohu sane enema sikura enema betumi afa wase eti NDC amanyoko no wodi nipa mienu ye mmarahyɛbadwafo mienu aba abegyina MPP fo no akyi wohwɛ a onmunyamfo Comfort Doyo wono yɛde naba abegyina MPP fo no akyi ya sɛ ɔno bɛhwɛ ne ɛkɔ so ɛna sɛ woba NDC side wo de minhu sɛ MPP fo ni bi ɔmode obi akɔgyina hɔ no mo saa ɛyɛ bambɔfo no ɛne yɛde wagyina kwan na no ɛne ɔhwɛ wura no ahyɛbadwam ha kwan na no ɛne mfimfini ase bambɔfo no obiara yɛ pampe egyina mu sɛsi a meka sɛ kura no nsɛntwerɛfo a wɔn na ahyɛbadwam aso ɛne ɔmo so ɔmo afu ɛne ɔmo so dodoɔ na asi abɔnten baabi a ɔmo teɛ no ne nti ɔmo so bo afu ɔmo so ɔmo asi abɔnten no baabi a ɔmo te no yɛwɔ press gallery ɛne yɛwɔ public gallery ɛnɛ baabi a meme baa yɛ ambɛtena yi ha yɛ public gallery na press gallery hɔ no baabi a ɔmo de adaka no asie sɛ ɔmo nkɔtɔ aba no na press gallery no ɛhwɛ hɔ no mo nipa ni bi ɛte ano no ɔmo wɔ ano paa no ɔmo te hɔ no mo a asa ɔmo behu adaka no enti mpanimfoɔ kɔɔ soro bambɔfoɔ no kɔɔ soro kɔka kyerɛ ɔmo sɛ ɔmo nsɔre ɔmo ɛte anim no nsɔre na ɔmo nkɔ akyire ɛna esi a ɛne minya efo a ɔbɛboa me ɛwɔ ho nkyɛmu hɔ efisɛ sɛ yɛka sɛ mo nsɔre nkɔ akyire na ɔmo so ɔmo bu afu ɛni nti ɔmo asi mmɔnten a efo ɛyɛ executive member efo brane yɛnhwɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ no reason a mode asi abɔnten nti abusua wote kasa na ɛkɔ so no a abatoɔ no ɛbɛhyɛ aseɛ eti clerk ekyirɛ sɛne yɛbɛkɔ no yɛde ɔse yɛde paper no ɛhyɛ wo nsam yɛte paper no ma wo a na watwerɛ din no na watoa so na wakɔhyɛ adaka no mu wokɔ adaka no mu a na watwerɛ nipa a pɛ sɛ ɔto aba no ma no wowie yɛ a na wasan aba w'anim yɛde adaka no asi anim adaka no a ɔmbɛto aba no de ahyɛ mu no ɛno ɔmo abie so apagya ma obiara ahwɛ ɛna ɔmo de abɛsi anim baabi a days no ɛwɔ no akofena no a yɛsoa de ba da biara no yɛde adaka no abɛsi anim enti wokɔ na wokɔkɔtwerɛ ewie a na wode aba na ade abɛtum eti wokɔhyɛ mu wɔ baabi a ɔmo kɔhyɛ no abusuafo sɛ mampani biara ba mmarahyɛbadwam ha baabi a ɛyɛ ɔmo gyina Emma State of the Nation address no ɛhɔ nom ɛne yɛde adaka no asi nti adaka no asɛ ɛɛtare dan no eti sɛ wo nipa korɔ kɔkɔhyɛ mu a wo nko ara na wohyɛ mu eti na nka nsɛntwerɛfoɔ no bi na sɛnke wɔtwe ne kɔn deɛ a wɔbɛtumi ehu ɛna ɔmo so yɛapam ɔmo sɛ ɔmo bo ɛyɛ afue efo na wote press gallery hɔ nom deɛ na ɛbaayɛ a mu nyinaa obi asɔre firi hɔ
ne kyerɛ sɛ security officials anaasɛ marshal department ɔmo baayɛ sɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ no baabi a ɔmo te no akɔyɛ sɛ ebi mu twe ɔmo kɔn a ɔmo bɛtumi ahwɛ baabi a MPB tu na baakɔ nti ɛbɛyɛ a ɔmo mfiri yɛ front seat no na ɔmo nkɔ ɔmo akyi nti wohwɛ commanding officer wɔ ha owura afirima tete ɛna kɔɔ hɔ a ɔnom kɔ kasaeɛ nanso ɔkɔka asɛm wieɛ no ɛma press corps members na ɔmo te press gallery ɔmo nyina ɔmo bu fuiɛ nti saa berɛ yɛkasaeɛ dɛ ɔmo nyina ɔmo asɔre afiri press gallery hɔ a na ɔmo kora ɔmo ɔda ɔmo cameraman sɛ ɔmo nso ɔmo ndi ɔmo akyi no ɔmo boycott ɛyɛ proceedings na ɛkɔ so no nti saa berɛ yɛkasaeɛ dɛ reporters no deɛ ɔmo afiri press gallery hɔ na sɛ baabi a public gallery hɔ a cameraman wɔ no ɛhɔ na sisi a camera no de sisi a ɔmo gu so a ɔmo twa nneɛma no sɛnea amanfoɔ ɛhwɛ wɔ adom TV sisi a no nti pressfoɔ no ɔmo bu afu ɛno nti na ebi wɔ saa berɛ da
megye di sɛ woka leadership no sɛ ɔmo bu afu sɛ akonnwa no wo ankasa ifo na wo so wote hɔ a wote anim obi baabi a na mote no adaka no mu na mu nhu
adaka no mu de bi wa adaka no mu wo sɛ isi adaka na yɛ voting booth no originally ɛnya de a bibia wɔ ne na pompom but we no mo de bibia to so sɛ ɛdan a yɛde nkyɛnse ato so yɛabɔ so nti ɛna mo sa da hyɛ aseɛ nti nya de a obi ti soro kora a obehu nti press for no fi sɛ bi a ɔmo fi sɛ ɔmo ya visitors ɔmo aba fie ha sɛnea de bia MPC ne leadership ne describe hom no nti ɔmo fi sɛ ɛyɛ unfair treatment nti na ɔmo pie but ma ho si saa berɛ kasa dɛ mbese mpanimfoɔ no ɔmo akasa
mahu sɛ nana benkran Dean wasaba ɔbaa so baabi ɛpam mo sɛ mo ntena no ma mo ntena wo ne hɔ a na wakɔ akɔtena mahu sɛ ɔhyɛs no ɛkɔ ne hɔnom sɛ ɔnsɔre wasɔre afiri hɔnom eti na sɛ mo hawa ne sɛ nim hɔ na ɛsɛ mo ntena no someone to what they are near Namonkova.
Cover. Also, Baby, or no, because out to Mujina, slow to me trap. I send them out media house now, Musom that chair. I have 4 I'm a moment near Kosoha. And now, Annie, oh, you see your phones in the street and near my descend woman. As I read there, Mijis of Monomacasa, Bibrena Babaka, almost some better normal follow proceedings now. Senior, you're starting Peters and see. If we are training, Sabia and Chebe almost started with names now, Senna about one becon. You will soon ever Acheampong, you share anymore. Now,
my young list, no, a book na, a dino, ne Yabobo, say, or more Beba, and my Shebe Jumhano, lecture commission for communication or Modebai, no, list no young share, and my Shebe Jenia, ye know, I send no for Nidium. Okay, order number 234. Yachone St. James, Jache, Asinov, our NDC, National Journal, our Central Region. I dare say brochure and I say program and 24, a designer. If you also win, if you move designer the data, and then the court decision in buy, and a court decision in buy. And see, if you're in 24 print out what the data. A cabia come up print out toward that, among printing toward that, Abia come on for the dinka home. Now, so we Abia print out toward that, and Tina, you go so I want to page 9 about Jumadia and our program and 24 printing, Modi say, swearing of 8 parliament. And Tina, Mimi Yashos and Untina, money dinner, Nasan and 24 can push signals and pick her. Yadia chairperson, Umbe Fred, Urano, a sin of Empino. Signals I'm picking say, a doing it in some best keeping. If it's almost caught by court ruling and as a court injunction order, and Yadia said, my bonnet in some magic ballot paper and be on coach on it. And I bought a big crowd. Me, who ya can say, me, can say, MPC no, yes, make us be young and cool school and also been to me and show the young. Now, until names no bitch no yan wrong one. And when you bear accept now, someone accept it. If you are Professor Aaron Michael Quay, Obicho Oquino and Shoni here, Umbe accept is a valid vote cast now. And I say, Ora Kingsford, Aban, Smana, Babin, Obicho and Shoni Dinia, Umbe accept is a valid vote cast and as somebody rejected. And see, even with me print here, I be a Omokasa, I be a Mui Timmy Bibia. Somebody my printed in names in Omudino papers about so. Come feel second, Sababwa. If it's as a minimum, so much what you didn't know, boot in the media, this all call, as I didn't want to man, so I vote in a very jet and I say, Rebecca Huakai. And see, you're sending a vote in the Beco, San Empony. Etika, who say Bianca. 1 and 2 to say electoral commission for the no more no Abia say Michael Quay 1 Abambabin 2 it's to my 1 and I say 2 about if I doubt say Nipa a woha and then you bring no will be to Minchra Abambabin and now say will be into Minchra Michael Quay. But in Muno, Yam Pennyphone Messiah said pronunciation and they say, you know, be taken into consideration. I feel more Esha Sino, Osha, and the Pennyphone, Macasa, Sisaka, Mutaka, and Ojina, and Nimu more, only a Pennyphone Ecasa.
It seems to be because of how a morning you home, Mopesa, and Pennyphone, or your mom, enter make us understand. The proceedings you cry, say a previous day nearby. That's a more print here. Printing room, what mean a spellings will be a mistake. Come an error, and Mr. Japona and correcting in Ansana. Mama Hansa department not capture say among correcting some mistakes. In the end, Sabia, which should you know you're wrongly, Abia, Omba counting as valid broadcast here. It was so I came more. Sabia Moka Sabia, send our kind. Ora Babi only bonny D first or number 1. And Ora Professor Quay only bonny D nominating the second president only number 2. The common is a say there because of now I beg your phone everywhere.
I was a for and talk about being shy say or Muntaka Alhaji Muntaka Mubaraka Meka say Ojinamua or the by force so Quaco Jikrata be a free Mashabe your phone be and some Wanantia Bababia MPP for Nitsa Bejikrata Eddie a free. one member and some member crown or the cat and a feeling some. It's your much ogun so or no more. Or much ogun so also. And then, yes, I say, I can say a year not one more pata. Eti, baby, a munta cananti bedru ya, or date Saturday airbano. Krata kra, a kitten pakra, a kawoshim, a dear feeling samuno. Minim krata, protea say, the aquabane say, Nipano, one more join Jinapo, any of Bujinapo, or Muna Swatias when you are for me, you know. Panino, every baby or tenoba, baby, a ketuan, no ketuan Swatias. Eti, say, Asamno, any a yai. There's one more soup so patapata or moho. Or more pata, but another copia barco, now assign ye or honomo. As soon as no, so shall the fire by a many a metia me who you know. I cracked idea, ne kita one member, Ojina MPP for the side. And I let Muntaka Mubarak, yes, oh, Shima Flin in some. And a coffee ascension was showing in our abba. Let make us say no, I let Muntaka Mubarak, a befa by law box no. Wababefa adakanoa yeto abana unifa kroko chrowi a ode beba betum no muntaka ba befa ye kitano eti minim abacho we no ebia minim se behia electoral commission for senka wonu na behwe so we say we abato eti se yeto abase ya se ye behia senka electoral commission for wo ha omo hwe so se sanyo e se ballot box ne se sei ekita Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak ono enu okitamu ewo mfimfini ho no minim se bia omu bi so e de kire wo mo no ohu bibi wo mu a ohu ne sa de omu wo mu no enya ne papa o enya ne san o ye bebo moden efu ate asimunti enchiremu bi ewo mu no owura mu no wode aba na emom dede no eguso a dede no guso a ya wo hwa ejinu ahyo na aba se make asai no mpanimfo no bebre aba ama imidie ekoso no yehu ne omoka akwakosie yehu ne omoka akwakosie yehu ne omoka efo watimi awere mu kakra de krata na na ekita obi a na obi ekoji
ebi me guso me hwe se krata ko ana ekita omo a me hu se onabo Muntaka Rashiko ha ke aye ntokwa no me ne musa krata ko na guso mi di akire me hwe se ade a me hu sa krata na na ede esa mentime ho asa na se basa na yaba nti yantwen ne nhwe ne babi ankata ne anase ne mena papa bi sabe de eguso follow proceedings na se mentime ho asa ne basa no sane a bujafo no monte nti panifo no guso no mokasa kwesa mbeto mo ho asa nti eguso wa ha sabre ye follow proceedings sia utimi se majority leader ane minority leader mpanifo no omuguso engage om so mo makoma mra fom na ebe me di bibi ho ya kakra se MPs na omo conduct om ho se na ade a obroni beka se very disappointing a also mo set good example ama aye enchirimba na se nkora ehwe om ha ebi se wo hwe amanfo ehwe saa adwumade ya omo dose pa na fesuso manfo ofie bi so wo aya omo hwe sa adwumade a na sobjafo pa mo ku no mo da bo ni se a ade aye no waye pa enti yen hwe ha wa mpanifo bekoso na omotimi akondate aye business no na se omotimi no makasa man se aye adwuma na ya hwe se ne a nhihye ne ma na ebekoso ewo ho enti yeguso de ani de akire sila manfo akoma ewo soro a omo hwe se ombetimi no makasa MPs no everywhere omakuma was right or say omo makuma babo visa nkwara bebre ti omo TV ho a sabre ka se omo guso mo hwa adum TV a omo follow ehwe senia omo be elect speaker of parliament a obedi 8th parliament na chi na so it seems say ne omo complain edu election peace council ene asofo mpanifo mo complain fa ho say mpanifo mo di anim no omo hwe no mo set good example na omo chi ti omo di omo chi supporters no ebetimi ahu enema papa mo ye no na so medem mira ahu ye pa okay and I'm abejafo ni ti
for the current clerk as compared to former clerk Enyimadu I say we know say ordinary nine esi from akasa wo ho no I say me hu ne say oye bogo kakra enya boko oye bogo kakra ewo nadeyo emu because nipa no omo ya na omo kɔ no so omo ya na omo de kɔ no so but ne menim anasa kakra menim ofia ne sɛ decision bia obi asɛm obɛsɔre agina hɔ no ma ɔbɛka wɔ parliament asɛi no the final decision no lies in the mouth of nipa a wotie adwam sɛ yɛ speaker nke bɛka sɛ speaker ba wei no speaker maayɛ ti sit na ɔtim sesei no ɔtim sɛ speaker enti neɛ ɔyɛ bia indiscipline no dɔɔso ɛyɛ a na ɔma aka sɛ bi a heckling ɛwɔ wei yɛ allowed but yɛahwɛ yi a ɛwɔ mu a na asepake kakra ɛwɔ mu a na agyae baabi a ɛkeka nkɔ no biribiara bɛtumi asi ɛwɔ mu because sɛ obi kita adeɛ wokɔhwim afiri I don't know adekɔ a ne kita nipa korɔ no because ɛsɛ woka sɛ obiara ntena ase obiara ntena ase o nipa no nyinaa ba bɛgu mfimfini baabi a na adaka na ɛde bɛto aba ne si no nipa no nyinaa bɛgu mfimfini hɔ nom yɛ obiara nyɛ n'agye sɛ wɔtena ase eti yɛanhwɛ yi a ɛnyɛ nwanwa sɛ ɛmoa anapa no nsia ne ɛda so te ana aba wi yɛ ntoyɛ
ɔmo ahwɛ ni a yeah, amanfoɔ ɛka sɛ ahwɛ ni a the constitutional crisis bɛba no sɛdeɛ mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ no gu so ɛyɛ no ɛyɛ de a ɛyɛ asefe mu a ɔwɔ sɛ ɔmo kɔndate ɔmo ho yie ɛfiri sɛ ɛka saa bere abɔ ɛyɛ 2:52 aka 8 minutes na abɔ 3 ɛka previous parliament kabade sɛ ɔmo elect speaker ne first deputy ne second deputy no ɔmo awie dedaada ɛso sɛdeɛ ɔmo yɛ deɛ ahwɛ ɛbɔ bɛyɛ 5 kra ne yɛnwie nti ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo kɔndate ɔmo ho yie na ɔmo tumi elect speaker na so far ɔmo abɔ nipa mmienu din pɛ sɛ ɔmo na ɔmo yɛ speaker ɛwɔ abadwafia ɔmo hwɛ na ɔmo kɔndate ɔmo ho yie na ɔmo to aba no na yɛhu na obɛtumi awie ni yɛwɔ ɔsi clark sɛdeɛ ɔkaeɛ no owura sɛrɛ nsia ɛwɔ sɛ ɔde ne nan esi fam a ɔno na yɛ sisi ano ɔde ne nan esi fam na ɔtumi direct members of parliament though ɔnyɛ member of parliament or as speaker of the parliament a ɔsɔ ɔde ne nan esi fam a ɔsɔ ɔtumi ɔno ɔmo kasa na ɔbɔbɔ mu kakra na ɔde hu kakra hyɛ ɔmo mu sɛdeɛ na owura agyaho yɛ no. Yeah,
when the ebe de minim ne ebetumi ama dede yo ne ne ekoso no se ma hu se adaka na ne ye to aba na omukotwe omo de beba betum no omagye e de ama ohyes no ba akọ ana we o marshal from deputy marshal ono ene agye box no e de ama no asabre ekita no ene odi egina emfimfini eti se de ma hu se nkakra omo twe omo ho afiri adaka no eho omocho mo ho afiri adaka no na enwumere se ne sanegu mrahye badwani bi ebuse ne asi aye hai no enwonwa kakra wo hwe nipa ni bi a na che se enei no ase ebi hye da boa wo mo ho pa na omo eba yi nti this and for so ayesu ye di akire ye boa ye ho saa na ye tena ho no mo ne ye hwen ehwe ne ebekoso but gradually omo tena
yeah, some baby who say MPs no lintel mo ye we nyina say omo claim say one presidential election na ye to ye no omo na omo di nkonim na
he for side
NDC side no omo de omo go so claim say omo na omo di nkonim na na omo flag bearer na candidates dey asemi call Supreme Court o ka say omo nyina obi ani wonya 50+1 no nti Supreme Court on order electoral commission wonya rerun and I say onye election bi moma ono ene president elect Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo enti dom ku NDC for no obufu ni wo mumu ate say obufu ahye omoma ana peso mu fi say ono monya majority 8 parliament bi say Techiman South ane amia bi bebre wo ha omu fi say eka ho a eka mu fi say ka electoral commission omu na eka say electoral commission ye na adwuma yi a gasa bi aka 137 say akwa de no court asemabom a abaye 136 no say omo face electoral commission ye na adwuma yi a ebiaka omenya seat no bebre kra kan mo de ho a ebiaka MPP for no ento mo a eka sa break omo na eka ye inaugurate elect speaker we a omo no menya mo speaker omo elect speaker omasanya first deputy speaker chairperson of the various committees omo no be nominating na the vice chair na aka ho committees be me no pe anaka MPP for an answer you for the Benya, our Abijafianti, Nina Kahona, a buffo, a show Mama, Omowe Atisa, Auntie, and Topana, almost started from Montino, Mina, and Mr.
But if I did about Cosama, no Shassane, I said, Obia Niabre, Obia is so eager, I say, a whom leaders no crying, no, who's a trust to say, you're trusting me, Panoa, your members, no, and shed any hosa. Benin say, Honomosa, because Obia trust to say, men cook for Minya and Manu Befi men cook for going Naba, and can ye, what a young say. 137 Granoa, Nene Nanka Apai Nanka Yehunia Yabeno, Basino. I said, Obia Persani be frato, Libia to me, it will be a guide in the Nintina. Osha Muntaka, baby, no person for Jinano, meaning Sano person who send me or more what the other side need the Ebeco, saying, if you are known side, Ababijina has said. Say, Minima the problem, or should be so. It's just a trust and more trust your members. Because I say, we are no echo in Renuno. Now, ye can be our burning issues. So, if Nipa and no more so much obey. So, TMP and Manu Puna, one Nipa or no one Econina, yet walk call Alisa. Or move Benina or move. I say, Yashipuni Penina in line, say, yeah, kono decision I kuni. In some soon as I'm the number from him, so yeah, Fefe Bimo, I say the other side, the Fefe Bimo, Montona, Koni say, and then Nipam Unusuno, if all only a moon acts if he has said you can't abank is so smana babe. Any obey for my cookie. Wow, stories, I would be baby by send me Toda and minority for no be a complaining. I obey for my cookie, the decisions be a more money and you home. It mean say a possible say, Nippany be a war majority side in between Yaka say, yeah, two my baby, I'm about the media.
What's the honorable baby? Only the longest serving member of parliament so far. Inti Abijafon be bro, high boy, almost penasem. And Sena Woody Kayan one, and Tian say. NDC for no, per se, influence MPP Sinibi. Tia say, some baby among the information they are Yatibe brave. And now we are not done. MPP Moas Yatise, per so influence NDC MP Sinibi. So almost better Banama Prof. If you say Prof on Presec boys be brave, I'm open as them. Who say national mass increase. Omurini, but you invite more Moba, the office, Monon Boncomo, Emane Momo, Sika Crash or Moho. It's a be brave, I'm away in this Mukra, Omupe Professor, my hero, my Quay, Asempa, Omunya, and Yamuanga say, a bibetima to Ama, Professor, my Quay.
There's a no can school say, me free or that therefore, this and you think, say, no bit to me at Teki. Center stage say because say of your school muti better say or no beba sing say because house are no complaints match you say we sorry crown catch speaker na I we sorry on frel or a bias on a juma ya wo yemu enra baako nkomatwetwe mo bi de o kan ne say because I say na near feeling to fire to say na ma we to say ma wa bra go so hu say e honorable members no eti no wonyini say ebi o me penipa ni age no from kakra so fa babena ono ni age no na senka we yi speakers o ma ba parliament say e be ka so mo age nka wo from kakra ono na do agya ho because so we shall say o den shall say Peter Lajete mpo abreso Peter Lajete no wanyini bagina search news no wanyi ma me ban for that no wanyi na ka say ye de be koye chi dear fanai no one more or akanyina no omunyina no monyini but do agya ho na ya brante kakra obeshi na speaker ya sanya ba speaker ya on so abai so enyini ye ne mpanifo yi bi kasa na bi ka odu ne age no wanyi toto onko home eti kaba ben ba say abrante ono onyini papa ono ana enumre abusia ye behu na so sa wo hwe wutie nsem ya koso de a omo a Asa yefe babi asem yefe babi asem for no.
Ewum yefe babi asem no ewum kakra. Nanso NDC MPs ni bi so ho ebi wa onoyan for babi contest former President Mahama during NDC for mukasa mo problem na di omanim say candidate for no. Okay, can send bebre so efa onoyan for former President Mahama ho a be na MPs bebre money nye ho ukaya amojeje sika kra omo ne koto forms eye bibia ka say omo ye campaign ama former President Mahama nti onoyan for babi so enema bi wo oye a omo do ebi omo friend wise man but enema bi wo ha oye a omo ne nye ho nti eno so enyem nwa say bia MPs ni bi wo NDC say bia omo betima to atia no ana Prof Michael Koya asem na wo kan ebi wo ha almost we really parliament say ahemfie speaker Koya one principle be what say what the assembly of parliament and our person raise assembly on the floor of parliament no what is our grant interview or don't make one adam TV and one about because what can was more we ahemfie the assembly ahemfie and go job on tinka any principle do
the assembly behind canon radio
interview and go come over bia o kan o ha oba anya de obesuso so na obepene amana akoyewe ene ruling bi nin kakra nema bi aya woye ebu a leader betima so regina ho ebu on recognize o ebu ko majority leader no ebu kra ya na ninje enti anema nkirengeti bi wo ha do speaker o ye firm obi a ni decision ni na anema ekoyi na so enema bi wo ha wo ya na anya de a aya MPC no normally eje ho enti yanhwe se wo de ne manya gu nsane ani a se wo beto amana na se meto mo raba bina yanhwe ade abe influence o mo vote whether some beto party lines and I say competence and am mo hwe mpo bi obetimi aye adwuma na mom and I say obi a party and a party yi ni se mo nkoto abama nti sisi a se na
ada kan o masesa no Bible box no o masesa no de foforo aba we so ma bi so e de che masha bi so ya che say o di twa ne ho ama obi ahu sa adaka no hwe nem ansa na o de si ho no mo Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak so de ba bi okogina ye de ntokwa ba ne ho an wasa akogina ana MPP for no say on twe ne ho mfiri ho efisa ho enye o modabre enso o se wo a wo pe no bra na be so ne musa wo twe na ko eti Acheampong nuamra shebe dwani aze kwa me asiama sorry say ontwe no ho mfiri ho no na o se so ye be ma wo meso ne mu no ontwe no mfiri ho eti onimonyam for Dr. Kokofri ene wakọ Muntaka so eso ono so ko e wantumi anso ne mu waka ne obeka wie no wasi kwa so no wọkọ eti ese sa wo hwe ba bi a Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak ene anodom prejina omunyina ejina ba bi faako omunyina ba be jina ba bi faako Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak aka se wo a oye be ma no bra be yi ni firi ba bi ojina no obi a so ntumi nko yi ni firi ho enti wa se kura de wa patwere wa pa ba bi apatwere e wo hono mo a se wo che se hono mo ana obejina kwesisi se jama ye beto aba no awie eti abato no be sha se de obi a tena se ne aka eye obi a atena se ya ye hwe ni mu se enche no penifo be sha se na
or removal of any person under this constitution or under any other law, voting shall be in secret. I'm therefore enjoined under Article 104 of the Constitution, as well as Orders 9(1) and 110 of the Standing Orders, to proceed to conduct the election by secret ballot. Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, I also want to draw attention to the fact that I have duly notified the honorable member-elect for Asenon of the court processes and injunction. And I am aware that Parliament is thereby not
responsible for his conduct. I would want to draw attention to Article 105 of the Constitution. It says, a person who sits or votes in Parliament, knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled so to do, commits an offense, and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an act of Parliament. I have duly had consultation with the Honourable Majority Leader and the Honourable Minority Leader on this. Specifically Honourable Haruna Ibisu and Honourable Osei Mensah Bonsu. And so the Honourable Member for Asino may elect or choose to cast his vote, but the consequences are entirely his. We shall accordingly proceed by mentioning the names in alphabetical order, and then the voting shall continue.
So that's a major development there, a major development.
Entitled to do so, commit an offense and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by under an act of Parliament. He's leaving it
to him to decide what to do.
So opa onto Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak asan befa ballot box ni bio. Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak asan befa ballot box ni bio afiri ho no mo. Wasan abefa ballot box no really ye hu ne ekoso e wo floor ho no mo. Ye boldin no munya boldin no efa nipa e wo so obeto aba ne odikan ne aboni din. Ombo ni din ana Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak akofa ballot box no e den afiri ho no mo. Eti sentia Omubudina no abefa ballot box no. Ombudina no abefa ballot box no free ho no mo. Na akofenchi no ahyew na ba. Sese me kasa nipa na san yi begum finfini ho no mo. Edom no wonuma san yi begum finfini wo san ye di kan omo ye no na no. Oma san e begum finfini ho no mo. Eti ene ebe yire. Abato no se ye beto de kan ye se anhwe ya ye de ni se ya na no nsia boy ye dem ha sei. Efisa nanke ni se de Clark Nyaka adia no moje ho achinye fa asen north nipa wayi no se e woso enne woto aba na se wonto se ye woso ye gini tuma na se yenye ni tum no Clark really se opono a nipa mu no opa wonto aba no opa wonyai ye besi ache bia ye one court asem eti omoto aso se omubodi na ne unse Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak sa peja ballot box ni bio eti reason ti a omum pesa abato no ebekoso no minim reason ti efo enemu ya ohwe enche yebenya reason ti a Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak omo de ballot box nsi wo hya sese obodi pe no abepeja box na piwo sese de ohwa e ma ne mema ni nyina na obi a sori abamu obi a adwenchire obi a wo no na ase omu nyina begum finfini ho omo che na ade pa ye fe ne se social distancing Adia a friend is social distancing. Omuna omakeka aboso ewo honom no. Nya de se adwuma ewum. Omutitare so ane we hu pim we na we hu apim we pia we na we pia we. Eti Yegusua, Yeshe, and Niema, and Namso, Amasabri, Ubia and Pesa Abatono, a betuaso. Ubia and Pesa Abaton, a betuaso. There's a near Kosoya, and near Asamba Kuku, and now or more how, especially or more, a war NDC Afano. Say, Kipus High Court ruling hereby a sin off for the no, say, Omaka Sudia. Na enwachi asa peja bylaw box bi mu a therefore bylaw box na ye peja no e de na edi achi
ewa ubisa me ho dream ye kaka na wohwe orunyamfo ye bo ne din na wohwe alphabetical order wo ye a mpodifo didi juma wohwe ora abaka Samuel Erickson awoye MP mamo for mo Shama Western region awoye MPP
constituency benya
Shama na mete say omo vote anaso mo hwe voting oboni din na oboni din no okon minimum asem o ka che onunyafo anodo mpre anase oye bibi kire na ehwa na muntaka sorry koye but ntia manya ne say se pepa na okoye se okoko voting ebi mo so opese ode kire onunyafo muntaka but I remember the minimum the man say okoboti na
ode cha no don pray mum
onu you are not don pray how ode cha no don pray say yes a secret ballot and a secret there bibia anya secret just say obi ahu obi a woto akọ enti ana na de mentime ho ase kakra ba muntaka ko sakotam ballot box no na ya hwe ye bi ase me kan ahwe be bobe 5 ana abana ya
5 kra de ifo na wo animu if say ade ba ko a na no na ye ne former MP ya won so ye ka akanifo ye bebo mra hye bedwam ha ono abo be na ye ne kasa no o che bibi mu efa the ship system e wo ha say ebetumi aba say be ka say voting no a ye no a secret there nanso no edru ye din a na say omu ye ka say ye issue 3 lines ship system no ne de ye adwuma no a omu tumi ye say wo twero kra no a nipa a woto nchen na wo so omani hu eti wei no baby a onunyamfo anodom prejina no min jamani nti na wo hwa ala eji muntaka ubara ka be gina ho no se nipa no de betumu a wo kwotwero na de betumu a wo be fa anodom prenchen eti no omu ko hia ye e wa lisa ho ana baby omu ko ye no minim se bia ye ka cho omu se obegina ha udu ha ye bibi mani hu e bia wo san ya wo de be hu if there's only NDC for afam ho na obi anyina ho no mo NDC MPP for de obi agina ho no mo ye chief rep no agina ho no mo ana muntaka betare ne nchen ye se muntaka mfiri ho se wo mfiri ho eti sam ye wo ka no ye betumi aba ne se e bia nipa no a ogina ho no mo no oncho no ho nya saa ntina say ye bodi na nam so amena fa adaka no a eno so aha na che say utie voice a eba ne o kana na esi so pepepe no obi kasa gu microphone mo say no vote and show na say o to aba na mfa nkyere eti MPP for so nipa o mo de na gina honom no na minim say ono ye electoral and anodom prayer o mo o a polling agent
MPP for and muntaka so a polling agent ama NDC for no
fully agents na yo mujina he
agents there so ye tip paper ni ma isi official na tip paper ni ma na so what take say whoever beje which run ni na ni number ballot paper ni number so atro ada to nti omo sa adwuma na omo ye pepepe ti sa parliament wa ge ya e bia na omu suro se bia ye be wia om ana se over voting betima bom Parliament here to about over voting bomb day I do aka me hu bedwiri mi pa ye bi say ballot box
me hu ne say omu sure say e bia na PC apia for bi wo ana say tanya no bi wo e bi say ni fa me enu we ya busu ya ka o ma say no so omu wo fie ha say ya onu okita na dwen no de na mo wo hwe 10 lines nkura na so ono wo be ye chese ne wo ka no nte wase a onte wase eti omo no na edru ba bia omutumi ka sa wo twira afa kire ansa no odi akotum e na esusu ne ye wo new members aba woni mo bia stand ne ne wo na dwun eti no me did this or more shift system, no more ship or ye juma, we must have said, Debbie. And yet, you say, ye beja yamana cosa, eti, ye say a secret, many panum fana the uncle two secret. And no, I call ye the day a woman, dear Bizafo, Samuti and ya, Nifana Samba be good and Finfini Honomo a bill. O must have a time Finfini Hobu. I just said, oh, yes, sure, ya. Ye ne Richard Acheampong Castle can be said, about 4 million. And no much fear back. It won't be a bar quashopa. Say no more demand or more ye dear. Any aye or yes, sure, ya. Ubi a who said, me jam who are here, assemble for myself. Assemble for my sinti, kitty.
Press conference, on your 400 district. I send your Munkana more lobby for Mena Empino. NDC for some more lobby. Say, also, about my finance over to Ama NDC for no. And see, everywhere, I quite say parties in the Ubia investment was our voting way, Ama speakership. And to be a protecting the interest. But, one way, say, one member of parliament about representative of the party. As a moon trustee almost say, on better more, speaker, a who drink a crown. And I do more principle, and yeah. And say, I send our kind of piece of people for any empty and funny view. To Anya, no more trauma from County. And Panifono Casa, no Montias, no more. Obitua, but no more fan Jobia. Everywhere, hip system, you. Omutoma, no more fan Coboko, Utu, a fan Jobia, Pacotum. At the end of the day, you can carry in and here we are. Now, I'm Pia, over to a banner who say Utu candidates there. And I want in you 4 years out, Obedu 8 parliament. There, I come I
say, no idea or Mufessa or Muhu, say he never call. Because if all Sunday a wow cano, you pick information, baby. I be put your more can say, ye lobby say a big crown choke, no money. And you say, make I know, you young for Richard Acheampong can so, or Munya is as on because of Mujisca. But anything can happen. The beer to me see. And you know, say, a Kobani say, and I'm a say, beer, minority for an answer, NDC for him saying, ya lobby, you name silly power, ya dear to say, beer or better, Adia Maye. Nase, MPP for you, Obijina Honomo, air share, you was signed beer, Unipa, Crobe, ya manipana, we say. What to Edema or Munipa? Nasa Unipa cross a white is cool. So, what agreement to be say beer, Metro de Akoha, won't you mean yet?
And you know, almost protect your interest. I go say business model seek a share, a mobile. Say, Obi, a yen basabasa, when you bring Brenanti. My university was our election for speakership. If you say Senate Parliament numbers 137. Independent candidates for Mena Penny, a decider. Ama 8 parliament, very critical. Now, everywhere, when Pona election of speaker Pona, you won't say, other 8 parliament there. Yes, I'm share agreements in a loan in the money there. A best of power of parliament here. Also, say, Supreme Court judges, you know, rule on a presidential election in India. Now, constituency by constituency, no more Manson, court, a ruling in area. I was say ruling government, you know, about to suffer and the Shabia phone in a NDC MPP phone in a normal leadership. No more Casa. I'm on Trump, sir.
For my fan 20 for himself, police for no room, police for a room. Sabria make us say, any police penny or parliament, I say, any dear new Freeman to take, and a D anymore. Or they police for a room, nor they banasono, and this for no edo abufushu shia or more, or pine so, a police for now or more a room. Minim, sir, or more by the share, I'm a year to me up to a year, no more to me up to about 20 so saying, the police for no room because Oshes, any nipa na a honum no, not say or moon to me, by a summer police for not sign a call, I a summer or more call. Tia more Masaya or more co. Yamo Masai, and they Katia more the pony dear anymore. Or come with Ticose or Monsieur Bontiti, police for no assign a call. Police for no assign call. But who's a clerk is so sorry, Efina Conya so. Sorry, Efina Conya.
Pressure a good everywhere. easy. You see, only the speaker. If we are self and Ghana, I know be a channel. Decision be obey take bia, and as it might be obeyed biano, will be a channel. And see, what does NDC for MPs in Oman and Tambago and MP for an Tambago? Juma Debia and Nasi and Sambia and as the decision be obeyed taking a himachin. Yeah, dear say, Sunday morning, Yaquay, I just on my share on Macon was him. Now, you see a police for no, a man penny woman, no one said. MPs shouted, police for no more strangers. Was a Abajafian Marshal Department now? Omutin Bachimba anymore. Bibiania, Omudi Jumawa. You see, police for the Bipen, the Mukuma for SRT some way the day. It's almost some way they are strangers. They are not allowed to be in the chamber. And it's no way they die and Paniponum Kasaya, police for no Omodana Moha, I come commander Penewoha, and the Marshal Department of officials. Omo direct say akomabeko for na voting near Timasha here. Eti everywhere mentimo ho ase up and there na ne keka ho. Yenhwe ne besi say na
say obi ate ase o masan etna say ebio mahu asen central mrahye bedwani Canadian compre ko Japan wagine tea ekita ne tea kapo na no de enemu ana on de ohunchia echo woman or cover. Say the answer or more country. Baby, I do no more country. I have to almost say she a foreign language. So I do baby. Will be the naive who be antenna says, and will be antenna sinti, or more answer Marco. Minim if I cry. What was Sankasano El Hasino? Katie Modern country and now so no. Baby, I do not so much in a crowd, one yabre. It's a woman, now we are showing no quaginity. Canadian saying, for so quaginity. And the Kitano or the Abaca Canadian Japan, who Canada for me, no. Will be a treaty.
You can't get everything 100%. You can't.
Madam, what transfer? Obiabo is a one transfer. That's right. Obiabo is a one transfer. Yeah, what can the event is? Obiabo is one transfer. I'm over to yeah. We're going to see. Yeah, Fakus, you are going to see. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Oh, baby,
Kenisino, and an alleged Mutaka Mubarak Yamanani and Yapon. Any baby, na MPP Amanu Puno, Onum chief ship no ejinano. And no, and ye to me, na they did not a crazy so efa Marshal, or yes, I will watch Chiada Kakakra, and so or more did they say, or Chiada Cano. Anyway, if we're not can say, yes, lawyer. Obia and the young Kuni Johnson, Johnson said, you get Yana, sorry, Jina Hono, or Shadakanum. Whoever be Ujina, aha, or no name, action said, Adaka no Machiana. Ujina sort of had name, Moma order. The woman who is here, one think at the minimum only leaders in the Kukushia, dear. Deputy General Secretary to Kono, and one in a buyer. A mummy no sorry, Adaka Achiano, one or Montiase. It's minimum, I said, you get Yavaku share the penny for no way, she dear, or say one tenancy view, or sorry, dinner and one tenancy view,
or Tiwan or signal, or no communicating, or body language, and this MPs in our leadership on air.
Or Boniphone, Sintiyama, or Testeba, Kumi, no more. There also or more a year. Aha, it's Jama, what's nasty, say what's nasty, Boko. Afano, often once a coso at that but if all has any and not a sa boots me, you see one mona, Bakwachiana. For Ugejia, send me this one, Bakwachiana, say. It's your pepper. Masha now, Koso Munanko, dear Samaba.
Oshesenia, voting boots now. Are there any as you see of a paper and chair, began chair? And see, younger son about one because I read there, Obia Kuma Abba for more Komuya Baha, Yakan was voting on Enchebe on Mestati. And see, Yakan Bessina, everywhere, MPs no more, Midaman in your home. Almost set good example where Magana for a more show. And see,
if they say, Osha, set first noon Sananka, another page na, Quina no, they say, will be in a ho, Mashas no, and near the Bako, Edgina, Babia, Unifa Crow, Ode, Obaqua Cochurudino, Bakujina Honomo, and about Kujina, Bakuja Binkumba, Kujin and Fa. Any opening panel, so Ababejina. Clark and Chain. It's a say members now, Casade, Ubia, no, Obia Antanas, I mean, near John, the Ejina Honomo. It's a minim near Omaya Omaje, but how will I do so? I'm a signal, HSA, Omon carry on, or my Clark sign said, Omon carry on. It's Yensha near because say complain on my sign and say obedient ho, almost obedient ho, Befi, almost Befi in a ho, Befi, any Emma Shabedonina would generate one on one and Kamuta could be a friend in some new wire. Aha, one on uncle Cotuabano. One no, what's dear. Shama, I didn't dare. Okotu, only Nipa Odikai, been doing my shepherd journey so. Also, a dinner saw Oko, na Oko, no Okotu. Been doing my shepherd journey so. Oko, to no dear. Been doing my shepherd journey, Oko, to no dear. It's Shama, my shepherd journey, no, what were we? Or the aqua to me. Binim at the crow, because if all, you know who say a cosso. I'm also about a secret and I say yes. Some say secret. We are constitution and I say, order now. Now, why now, Afro? Isaac, I don't know, I didn't talk Afro, so I don't know, I didn't talk Afro, so I don't know, Wakofa, Adakano, or ne Muntala. I've had a yard and talk. A yard and talk. Hey, John Jinapon, I didn't know Kobo, Adakana, attraction, baby, I can't near Mano Oguno. Mutala Mohammed, Albert Adomo, and Dr. Apak, or more model Mona Kobobo, and near Menumo Egu Formono. And my shepherd for a door 9, a Kobobo near Mano Egu Form and no. Say, Adakano, or Mabu, and Adakane was our model to Abano, or Mabu boot to Nina, boot to me, or Mabu form. Omabubu boots ni mienu nyina agu fam. Omabubu boots ni mienu nyina agu fam. Say minim se ombetu so omuntu minim ne bekoso. Omabubu boots ni mienu nyina agu fam. Eti say o sha ne ekoso ene se omudede nasan ashase. Asan shase.
Members mienu ne to ye.
Members mienu ne to.
Ti ni nyina ahia go, o be san to ne foforo. If you say mienu na mkote
Abusanfoti emrahebedwemu abatro no na adane penche no sese entopana na omuguso a omo eko ewumu a na nipa be mienu di abom na aye hehe kakra na omo apata omo ewumu a na se omo agyae na omo asan di aba bebom eti meka say Canada Japan ehye mfimfini a chese se o patao so oye dan yo Canada Japan ehye mfimfini ya omo maka nti police for no ba hu se police for no ba ku mienu esan ewuramu police for no ba ku mienu asan ewuramu ekọ omanim if se minim sane e4 kan ye ne se police for no ye kambo ni otimi wura fom ho a ebi a wonka ho na emom se baba mbo so de a minyi ni se mra prevent won so se obebo nipa e wo ha sei no eho ban eti omo wuramu ma ku mienu sese mihu ya no omo gina echi ho be 6-7 police for be enso ekọ edu na wonumo ewo ha mahu police ni baba ko 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 police for sabre wonumo ewura mfimfini eno no eti ese ni akoya no eye achinye na wo hwe ne na ekoso de ase ye twiro adekro na ye twiro ni wi a unipa kro no ase wadan ya kire kakra de ma de achinye ni ba ye no NDC afa no hu ne se MPP for na ye omadwen se wo twira a sa wo mpo si ese eye secret voting no e wo se unipa kro wo de kire eno so na omo so bonyo so se ese abatro no a wo to no say secret dia then it should be secret. Say a secret, it should be as such. Na enya se bia ye to na bia ya dane e de ache ama obi ehu se abano otoko ha sei. Eti ne na beginning ye ka se oye sure ya. Omo akasa nye omo hu enni se ye members no ne ya ka ache omo no be ne sa pepepe. Eti no wo twira e wasa wo de kire.
It seems NDC MPs no omani wo MPs no mkoto abana ho bebre
chan omo
members no menti asese se member bi akọ na ogogoto abana ofre MPP na ekọ NDC a na ogoto wi a ada na wo so mo di mo ne di na chi enti omo ayese omo nim ne ebia me de menim ebia ayese no mu omo aye bibia omo de omo wo ye sure say omo no banya speakership no it's a question omu chinchina omu person make sure say obanya speakership na everyone omu ye no I don't go Ghana ni mase if democracy a impanifo ahwe omu build over the years ya ade ya nim gwase ye pohwe under fourth republic ya ade say I was say ye de na ye ma ya niwu e wa ade e koso amra shop jafia if say omu ye leadership bebre ye role models omu set good example na nkwara ni Ghana fo mu tie na mu hwe no o metima sua bibi wo mu enti wo ye we na se edu 2024 na supporter bi ekota ballot box a ana no be complain ana the peace council ana se empanifo be ka se ma anyini ye amaka se parliament kra ya ballot box
but for the question is say yes constitution na say wo mra ya wo den ye adwuma wo ha say no e wo say abato no moto no ye secret a why duty say wo hwe say abato no moto no a secret why na ye na said yes say wo so wo hwe because say omoto na say bia wo ba bia wo te no say ade no hu ne say nipa na ba wo tro no enye secret then na wo so ye free ba bia wo tie no na wo ba fa ballot box no we so de ne nan ebo why na wo say ohwe say abato no e be ko say ne wo say yesi ekọ no I think say we nyina ya arrangements ananka wo say empanifo no tumi ye ansa na near Ebekosu dia koso because in to me can say police for ni to me say what so see Ebeshe self bambo bekoso but muso adia mo ye no so no I say discipline ni said anymore so it's whose duty say what so say near ye hu no ha say ye hu no ha say ye secret be secret because ni omo show anyway no near members na show anyway ni cha say omo ankasa no omo ntumi bi o hye omo ho so enya de e ma discipline mam eti why na was so show omo so man ye omo ye no ye tumi eto adwuma no so
everyone senior chair ne kan no which constitution provisions now okoti na they say very clear say sabre vote na nasa battle na otuno okay so article 104 of the 1992 constitution and first standing order 19 join speaker and as a chairperson now or tier government say some selected say candidates and some selected 2 speakers here or see two about 2 secret voting and as a secret ballot eti was a chairman on the chairman there on the supervisor election anymore so as now for sending okoto about police for homo provide security that's now for myself one no more share mobile ban say bibi because so it was say making sure say ballot box no dey see baby so be betime police for betime twa ho ahia na myself no say na obi antimi ma fa bi wa bibi say betime akoye na so some to ba ko mienu na obufu aba obi se menti ase na odimirika kokofa vote ni aboti ni na ahia go this is start for na we see emre ne kwa na eko enti everybody na umbeto aba na ayi speaker ibetimi anya say your speaker ama chief justice ononya for justice ani yebo a matise oba parliament sabia o hwe ne eko so nyina na oba be ede akofra na be speaker na ebeto aba man ensa wa suen ni bia ansana speaker na ombele iti no so ama MPs na take off asio mu nyina in omu wi ansana ama select first deputy speaker and second deputy speaker ansana omo so omo so akofra mu se ombebo adwuma na ama Ghana nkoso enti ne omo ye no ayade aya ahodwiri ye pa also mo hwe na democracy na empanifo ene ye na nanemo edo mo moja ene omo crab every eto ho maye nte so mo tutu na sekra MPs na mo bana na sabe gafia 8 parliament we also mo hwe na mo tutu Ghana democracy no ase enti everyone yanhwe se ne besi se na bana ye no anhwa abato we there everyone
because if send omoya so omo de bambofo no ba then no master say untumi fa bambofo ma ha but say ye beto aba so masa de ntokwa na hyemu wo ho no mu bio sticker ene hwan na e de abomu wo ho no sticker ne hwan na e de abomu wo ho no ene Stephen Amoa sticker ne David Shai so ma shebadwani woni sa MP won ne ogina emfimfiro police ni nanimu a otene ne nsa no so weja area honomo ohun ne Haruna de ne no ne Haruna de ne nsa to ne komu no wona ane omote ya ne Haruna de ne nsa to ne komu de ne ko no ohun Haruna emfimfini honomo ono na ohun wasan ko ho bio wasan ba KT Hamod area ho no bio ona alternate ne san ohun ne omo receive jaja anti ono ne sticker ebo mu ewo ho no no minim ewo mu a obehwe na omasan de abomu ho be KT Hamod ya bre nti o ya bresa na wabie microphone no waka ni twa abusia for mo ntena ase ne yenye ne yenko yesre mo ntena ase ne na announcement no wo ye no ebi abre eti sese no ase speaker adwuma na ebi aje ye keti amodo ya da ni speaker e wo ha sei Haruna cry say a drew stage a Haruna cry pan nkrofo na chew so so mo ntena ase Haruna dusu epa ne nkrofo no chew se omontena ase emadwumadi no enkoso yetimi nim agreement a omunyina aba say edu se Haruna ka che ne nkrofo no se omontena ase emadwumadi no nneɛma ntumi nkɔ so. But if we not make can be fa bambo no ho say yɛnya obi a obegyina adaka no ho ahwɛ a ɛnea menyi ni sɛ abatoɔ no yɛbɛtumi ato awie. Ɛsɛ sɛ obi polisifoɔ no ɛba a mo se daabi yɛtoa so na mo bufu a na mo asɔre aba abɛfa box no sɛ adaka no ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo hyɛ mu ɛto aba no ɔbɛbubu ne nyina ɛti menim sɛ yɛde foforɔ ɔba o sɛ sɛn o adaka no nti mehwɛ sɛ yɛde foforɔ ɔba o sɛ wei na ɔmbɛkeka abom ɛti ɛsɛ abusuafoɔ yɛtwɛn sɛ clerk bɛyɛ announcement ama yɛhu sɛ abatoɔ no ɔnu bɛtoa so anaasɛ ɔbɛgyae ɛsɛ adeɛ no ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo hyɛ mu adeɛ no ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo hyɛ mu to aba no yɛbubu no adaka no so koraa nsi hɔ ballot box no nsi hɔ eti minim kwan a ɔmo bɛfa so na ɔmo ato aba no ɛso ne nyinaa no yɛtwɛn neɛ clerk bɛka na yɛhu sɛ yɛtoa so sɛ yɛkɔ ne sɛn mu neɛ aka ne sɛ yɛbɛtwɛn na yɛahwɛ neɛ ɛbɛkɔ so ɛsɛ ɔmo ankasa ɔmo ho no bɛhwɛ na mmienu baako na ɔmo gyina mmienu baako na ɔmo gyina ɛdu sɛ sɛsɛ Canadian Japan no nama o ne nsa da ne nsa yɛ mu a ɔfefa kyɛw keti amɔdo so na mu asɛ ɔmo abrɛ no abrɛ na wafa mu na wafefa pakyɛw kakra haruna so asɔre gyina hɔ no mo yɛ a ɔsrɛ ne nkurɔfoɔ no sɛ ɔmo ntena ase ɛma ɔmo ntumi ntoa so nti sɛ nea yɛhwɛ anim ɛyɛ announcement ɔmo fixe adaka no a ɔmo hyɛ mu to aba no ɔmo san afixe ɛwɔ baabi a na esi no a ɔmo afa ɛde hyɛ mu akeka nsi ani ahwɛ sɛ bɛyɛ yɛ a eti nɛ from the ɔmo yɛ na ɛsɛ abatoɔ no bɛkɔ so from the ɔkɔ so asogyafoɔ awura mu 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 asogyafoɔ no awura mu asogyafoɔ awura mu eti ayɛ ntɔkwa between asogyafoɔ no ɛne NDC amanyɔkuo no members yɛ wɔ mu ɔmo sɛ ɔmo ma asogyafoɔ no ewura mu ba asogyafoɔ no so asa ɔmo nte ne ɔmo ka ɔmo ewura mu asogyafoɔ no ewura mu eti mpanimfoɔ no afa clerk no ɛɛkɔ ɔmo afa clerk no ɛde no afiri ha ɔmo afa clerk no clerk asesa ne nneɛma kɔ clerk asesa ne nneɛma kɔ clerk asesa ne nneɛma ɛkɔ clerk asesa ne nneɛma kɔ eti abatoɔ no menyi ni sɛ bɛba so menyi ni sɛ bɛba so menyi ni sɛ bɛba so clerk asesa ne nneɛma kɔ ɛna NDC amanyɔkuo no mu members no ɛna ɛɛbɔ mu away no ɔmo na ɛɛbɔ mu away sɛ ɔmo pam asogyafoɔ no asogyafoɔ no so nyɛ ɔmo adwene sɛ ɔmo bɛma ɔmo afa no bɔkɔɔ ɔmo pushi ɔmo na ɔmo so pushi ɔmo back eti ɔmo dodoɔ no wohwɛ NDC amanyɔkuo no a ɔmo dɔɔso kyɛ asogyafoɔ no ɔmo dɔɔso kyɛ asogyafoɔ no eti ɔmo pere sɛ asɛ yɛbɛto ahyɛ asogyafoɔ no so ɔmo pam ɔmo asogyafoɔ no so nyɛ ɔmo adwene sɛ ɔmo bɛpie eti ɔmo so pia kɔ anim ɔmo pia kɔ anim na yɛpia ɔmo ɛkɔ akyire ɔmo pia kɔ anim na yɛpia ɔmo ɛkɔ akyire eti days na ɔmo afa firi hɔ no ɔmo afa days na ɔmo afa firi hɔ no mo sɛ sitting no so sɛ speaker nya sɔre a yɛfa days na nsa na speaker asɔre speaker ɛkɔ a na edi n'anim na ɔde kɔ ti enya pɛgya a na ɛsɛ yɛwie sitting no eti sɛ wohwɛ ne ɛkɔ so na bambɔfoɔ no asogyafoɔ no ɔmo nya ɔmo adwene sɛ ɔmo bɛkɔ afei koraa na ɔmo trɛtrɛ ɔmo mu ɔmo de bi gyina benkum ɔmo de bi gyina nifa eti bambɔfoɔ no anya awura mu bambɔfoɔ no anya awura mu ti ayɛ hehe between bambɔfoɔ no ɛne ɛyɛ NDC amanyɔkuo no members a wɔayi wɔn ɛho hehe aba mfimfini wɔ na abusua sɛ ɛnɛ si ɛka sɛ COVID-19 wɔ hɔ paa deɛ ɔmo yɛ deɛ ebi bɛte bi obi bɛte bi ɛsɛ ɔmo nyinaa bom ɛwɔ mfimfini hɔ nom baako ɛna dodoɔ naa so ayi ɔmo nose mask no asɛ eduru sɛ yɛ ne yɛwerɛ yɛ afi ɛho kakra eti sɛ tie biara ne sɛ COVID-19 wɔ hɔ ebi bɛte na nwure eti aye he e wo mfimfini ho no aye he wo mfimfini ho no aye he wo mfimfini ho no because members no osha leaders no kra no no mean to me and containing here person no Haruna was virtually sena or say Mr. Montana they were finding things very difficult and I said Momusha says or more to a benibia near Bekuku by box in everywhere name say a soldier for an answer bamboo for no what to me so would over chamber honomo Emmanuel Acheampong dear and no dear minim so more said to me no eti Abusia so would say and answer or share live Facebook Adum TV Adum FM Asempa FM Asia FM yawo Parliament House live and then Parliament fine na baby dede noa and achese ekoso a etu ha NDC amanyoko no MPC ni nyina de omaba mfimfini ho no mo kwan na dem mfimfini ho no omu nyina begu ho no mo and na soldier for no so baby a ofa ba ye no ofa baby a na MPP for no te no etu omo so abechoki awo mfimfini ho no mo oma chese omo ntumi mpia nko omanim because I will share MPs 137 from the NDC side any a soldier for no bambo for no buy na no mun no MPP parliamentarians the elected members no omo do my din no moto my din no matri omo ni kura as na yakwaso na inform ho na NDC for no na sabre omo to a mind forever more no omo nyum omo twam no
Sir, military officials, no. I'm on pitch chamber, no man, and I am some vaccination. Anything I'm starting to you more chance, no. No more can you answer. Am I ready some vaccination? I've read the military for him, Pianco. Numbers of I'm on 12 voting, so now. Hey, boy, I idea, Babia, democracy say, can be, no mean, can be. We are someone to a banana selected speaker. Speaker, I share Jumadian. I who do some
but who said interior minister but who action be a air person Katie Hamod a cofa interior minister yanka o piano kwa soldier for no I say be a on control so munyano interior minister usunity and what done who patana konya so but also no from the actions in your oil no Montana and I'm mammy men no Katie Hamod or no so interior minister because I know say you can't soldier for no almost interior minister say and interior minister Casse or move free her say ya a bay juma as Katie Hamod can ye when you're person now interior minister Cotton see a tree or Cotton see a tree
Haruna crowd now and you know to grow to be wabre Omakasasa Nazo and Yadia members in the Betty and I'm motoring. Now I was so much now Omukaso, no you're too about everywhere. But I don't know they are made him yao. It is a say president the mandate now soon. I was saying in your parliament and Sana or you're swearing in I want to next 4 years. To say are they you need president. They say I want to be acting president. And I just say chief justice. They say I need president, you need vice, you need speaker. That just say chief justice in the acting as president of Ghana. Now on one better no I and she say senior minimum I have crisis at the Beba Emmanuel Acheampong. Or some motion on comport to more year. No more no, because it's very disappointing. I'm not sure for I'm no more candidates on Mope, no more to Abanimano. And only here, Sabrenti, Omunche, no more to Abano. If it's a seen in a show, I dare cosy, more Europe, America, Babia Africa, Babia
America, they are from no more so no more by
America. Almost no more year, and all their cost of grand is it. Sabreka say, we can't be man, 24 baby, more Ghana. It's almost any cosy. It's almost said Omu timi to abakra elect Speaker of Parliament. Or Chinamo Basway in the Omebo Kakra. Omebo, though say, Omo a policy for the soldier for Mabo home by Nelson. The Humber come Kakra. Also, Nasha from come up platform. No comport or Muye. Now we like to be on pair. No more, and Mugasia, and my Ghana, Democrats, and I say, Kabima Mikabina. Yena nana model moja ena mo cry pray my eno dia se na mo yena enkoye also mo hwe na ebu na mo kan say me de bibia minority na mo ya mate ase ne say am say voting vote no say di si ho a mo nchia ne hwe MPP leadership no ho na mo ntia ne nko ebi o side na mo to ba na mo obi amfa ba ne nchire obi a Anna, and this is for the Tom
anything Anna a for me bisa say. Why you said dear? Why you said dear? Ya kasa ye to aba adaka na si on electoral commission adaka na si ho no no. Anna say ye be to aba fimpi no ni adwoni ye hu arrangements e for so. Bambofo ampani for years so obeboa. Electoral commission ben for wasa o hwese ne matumi ekoso. Na we na say Obia ni hono mo a wo kire omo ne omo from ne omo ye no ye tumi kasisi bia so omo nim ne omo wasa omo ye omo nim ne wasa omo ye ma abato no koso ti why na wasa o direct why na wasa obo omo hwese eniema na atumi koso because just one ye wo security mpani for me ensa national security minister wo fie ha defense minister wo fie ha interior minister wo fie ha omo ko defense minister ho no majority side KTM or more try say on between ya persuade this security ministers and say a soldier for him omoko ni ti wo wo fi say omo de kanda pa ko gina mfimfini so hwa na say omo twa kanda pa ho ahia nipa etwa ne ho ahia ye dambotwe KT Hamod ene kwakuko aten ena kanda pa hye mfimfini eti I don't know say ena deputy chief of staff abugina koso ejina mubi ya omotion ntimi nim decision a say ebetimi afri national security ho na aba o national security minister ho because niti wo dia wayi nani o ye no ko okay enti ase aye adwuma enti ase eba asojafo no omu pie asojafo no epie asojafo no epie bi hu se asojafo no pani a wodi wanim eba aye no woni domkuma mu mpanimfo ni bi ekasa ya ena omu wieye omo afi omo siso a omo ekono omo siso a omo ko da ba bi aka de Japan akwa akohye ono covid no sa onya bi ena wasa akọ onu no akọgina ho ya twunwum no egu no so no na abusia empanimfo I wonder say letwa mo beka covid ho asemo a because we say enkonwa no wo ha no ebobo ho ma mpanimfo no ka sa o mo sere but say mo be hada ba boa mo ho so mo wure be fi bibia no mo yiyi mo mask de is something bibia wo ho no eti bambofo no o mo fi mu maako asojafo no e fi mu maako police fo no de o mo da so wo mu police fo no e wo mu asojafo no kro mo nkonwie omakwa ko gina kwanya no omakwa ko gina kwanya no eti e hwese ombesi abontia e hwese ombesi abontia okay omoko bambofo no epie na ndisi fo nda shobom omaka abachiri mu no omo cho omo ejom eti omo so tnase omo so etnase ndisi fo no etnase eti ye hwe ne besi because clerk da wasesa ne ne makọ clerk e wo so hwemo omoto aba no ohu se asojafo no ba no ma ne ne maso pabam wokọ so no so na adaka wo ba ne so adaka ne de ne ba ye wokọ wasanfa adaka no a e de kọ ya aha wafa ne ball a hye ne moto mu e de kọ eti onye eti abusia revolution nyom na NDC for no tune fimfini otija omato awie omo kwotena ase omo wie revolution omo kwotena ase enti ye behwe ne ebeto aso Clark Nyamaye, Clark and Sign Maye. It's say no, and Nana, if for Yahoo said, Sanka speaker ni house to hand can yet. Sanka speaker ni house to hand can yet. Because Uja or Moa Casasa Mun control Mohua. Obian to me and control house. Not even leadership here, Wufiano, some minority leader, majority leader. Because Omokra or Mokasa, no, I feel no members, Omokasa, especially with Haruna, dear, no, I yes, as I say, Chauna or Pamisramo, Montanasio, or Boni Paco, so we know about Kakranka Grana or the Woko. And yet, Edumana, Edumaketua, Edumano, and Edumaketua, Etia Busia, Adiachi, Poiri, Adiachi, still no me and San Abapa, no me and Sabapa Sima, Edu Numusia, and I said no Nayana Abono 4, and Abono, Yen to me any speaker, Yen to me Chuaba, Yejina Soy speaker, na campus and Mashabeja Fono Crano, or more Yayo Monomosai. Eti yakaya say enya won say emo 6 near that so eti ha yenwie emo 6 near that so ti ha yenwie because no 9 na aboy 4 na aboy breben na empanifo yi wo ba betena ase ama say abato no be koso 275 nipa ahanu adioson enum wato aba no no wia wakenkan okenkan wia ye hu speaker obeba speaker ba na chief justice edi nanim ema no ehwai wia na fe ye hu ne beto aso eti sei adaka no ankasa omode beto aba ne de nipa okitamu marshals no ejina echi police form mienu eso ejina ho ebi na emu adaka na wode beto aba na ka baako ndi eja mebubu ye omantumi ansiesie sanya no so de a ene minim sa agreement o makoni say on be yusu baako boot no omode to aba no I think say on my reach agreement say on be yusu baako because can e two ena baako no sane adongu mu de omna abobo ye na danger o mhyehyɛ ye anye yi eti say aka one ena esi ho no mo eti ye hwɛ anim say Clark besan aba say Clark besan aba de a ene oba.
To me, I see this to be unfortunate. Say a whole parliamentary house now your conduct, as you getting military involved and even police involved, and suddenly to me I conducted elections. Anyway.
Have you so
akwasi yakan se bi ahye mu se ahye mu tirim se mo ba we pepepe na monye ana sa ne yepe enti mo mra me ne pepepe na so ayesi no omo ya mana bros no omo hwe na mo oncomport omo ho na bato no omo hwe so no mo nto enti ya hwe sabre de enyum to ne nyina aba fom a ya hwe se bia enche bia omo ko frɛ Clark aba acting chair enche bia sabre obia kuma for me there entebia I heard him say on beto nsa ana mekofa acting chair sade na ba beto na konya so na ne jumodi wasa atwa so nti yenhwe ni ebe ko se ne ebe ko ma hu se police officer ba ko afa kire ho em so kofa acting chair ba na pam fo aba nti yenhwe ni besi also mo comport o mo ne to aba na everywhere me nya sure say na dom kuma NDC amanyo kofo na ye na say MPs ne ye no me nya so sika MPP fo no omunya president na MPP fo na yes aka be omude nto omuntwen na sena omude ensem bebre ko court no omuntwen na court decide on it but I say omuno mo wi ni ya na court na declare mo so mo na ma wi ni tinde se majority no mo chon be 10 na 5 a ndo be mo se onya majority na mope and I say 2 kra we who say wanya after Supreme Court determine on presidential election and as a petition Ora Muhammad Akogo Pie Court here that's what we decide there ni hu ni ekoso na sana won kuma ba for mo no abasoro no enya dia eboa sabre de omo nyina ye din a enche bia no masha asan ba ha bi enche bia hwe ni mu say obakofa acting chair ora Serensia Edinaba na over 200 months so na almost at ballot box they say about one motor about say 3 and 2 yo na so ni na ka chirinti ni na say nti ometu ni na gu no masa at papers from mom na ebe o ma wa beto aba nti MPs na mo comport o mo na mo hwe o mo hu na ye constitution na say yenya crisis bia esusu aso de be bro my Ghana no eba Ghana for na Ghana ni bia bia be kano MPs se bi be come do say answer ne baba to about finance minister eba parliament baba je advanced budget for first quarter of 2021 I bet me dey jumo bebrea metima say consolidated fund no they say sabre de sikawom parliament approve ma government no nti bet me dey actually anima statutory payment get fund ne NHIS ne some payment bia any salaries and they bet me dey actually ni nyina na so say 3 months ne ende ne say amonhwe me speaker ana say be ya anamo beni
ma yentie enkrato ya ebe masha aba abe draw nipa attention say obia enye din na make us say ne Frank anodom pre ewremu Obisa Masha yo wo emrashebedwom ha sei ena oya announcement efa bambo ho no na yentie ma yentie
Oh, everyone, I was put no more use back pet. No more this year. Some menus in a beton say, Obia and Casse, Otto, or the Chile Obia. That's an bar. I hope, sir, there Babama, a Bibia Kosovo.
If I'm who say, a near my Bakumi, Lubi, a Koso. Yeah, Chessa, Osha, leadership no Essia Bonting, minority leader, majority leader, chief whip. And chief whips for both sides nina omuna esi abonting omuso ya na asedun ketia de no mosquito so na be de cha so ehia omo eti yenim meeting cro because in parliament omadwuma yo mu ankasa no se toda na bibi kire omo sese ya and the leaders no etimi sorry ekwa akire ko fa adwen esan ba beto aso eti we no ye hu se omo sorry minority leader majority leader ene empanimfo ni nyina omasori esi abonten omosori ya so na general secretary ma NDC amanyuku no general mosquito so asori mirikapa ena chese one the deputy omoso omode esi abonten timinim se meeting na leadership no koye no enunti ene woko se senti no woko minim wo se efo ye ba no and interview say Mundipa Bakwa ye ni twa so ye MPP amanyuko ni general secretary Ura Jombodu o hwe ne ekoso wo ha sei na ese na make leaders ne so ye say binga tie America wo ko ho no mo oni twa Jombodu so ha
me Jombodu almost started winning na me hu am say no obefa chamber ha na mo ehuru ni so mfia nkon if you no me hu no e bi otibabe na me hu ni dia and the meet me Johnson chamber house se bi o shebabe na me hu na ahwehwe anya de ma hu no na ebi mu entia kakra manya na se akwai ti se ne amanfo bi na ehye donkuma fo ana se ndisi amanya konfo no kutupa epepia mo sa monye sa na mum yehwe na omo mo yesa na omo obehu ani leaders ni ye course na de nti omo hwe na course na mo ye na say omo mo hye kire ye hye kutupa no ombeja sa de no na MPs no omo ya adult enough omonyi metima take omo decision omo ye more than 18 years
but omonyi no so echi no ɛna ifo panimfoɔ no so bɛka akyerɛ wo sɛ kwan a wofa so ba na hyɛ bedwam ha no ɛnyɛ wo nyini nti na ade ba ha nipa na ɛto aba ma aba no so ɔmoto ma wɔ mu no yɛto ma wɔ party a wogyina ne din mu eti aduru party ne interest aduru kwan a wɔsɛ party ne fa so na otumi egyina wɔ nan so a na wɔsɛ ɔyɛ ne party no ɛpɛ nti sɛ wohwɛ general mosquito wo sɛ na meka ne activeness anwummere sɛ wohwɛ no a kakra bi a na ɔma sign kakra bi a na ɔma sign ɔmo sɔ yɛ a ɛna ɔmo nso di mirika bi a wɔde ahyia ɔmo wɔ hɔ nom eti da no interview a grant ma majority leader ɔka asɛm bi sɛ ndc amanyɔkuo na sɛ ɔmo adwuma a ɔmo bɛyɛ ne house asei no ɔmo ama party ne determine nea ɔmo nyɛ wɔ house asei no ɔnyi ni so sɛ ɛboa ɔnyi ni sɛ ɛbɛboa ɔmo eti nei no nea ɛkɔ so sɛ nea ɔka sɛ o wode ohu ni saa sɛ ɛyɛ influence nipa ne bi ne nea ɛkɔ nyinaa no decision ɔmo ateki sesei sɛ ɔmo bɛyi so adaka baako na ɛde ato aba na megye di sɛ no so ɛbɛboa because kane adaka na ɔmo atwi so no wei npp deɛ no yɛbɔ odi ano abɛto hɔ ha ndc so deɛ si wɔ ha sɛ but sɛ yɛde abom na wo nipa korɔ ɔbaa yɛ afatom yɛnim nea ofiri ndc yɛnim nea ofiri npp a megye di sɛ no so ka nneɛma ɛbɛtumi asɔlve problem
everywhere nea woka no baako na ɔkae no wo party ne de wobaa ha mom nanso wobaeɛ so wobɛbɛsɛve ghana wobɛbɛsɛve parliament no ɛyɛ ghanafoɔ nyinaa ne ato aba ma wo ɛsɛ bra no bra bɛdi dwuma wɔ ha nti though political party ɛna wɔde baa nanso wɔ so ma party ne ɔman ne interest no ɛboro o political party ne so ɛsiane sɛ ghana yɛso kyɛn political party ɔmo membership no ama yɛ menyɛ sure sɛ ebi mu kora ɔmo do 5 million anaasɛ ɛyi menyɛ sure sɛ party bia wɔ saa membership no ɛna ghana sɛ sɛ ɔfɛ population a sɛ over 30 million the population it is a ɔmpɛ so ɔmo to aba ma wo sɛ woba bɛ represent ɔmo wɔ abadwafie ha 33 million ɔmo nyinaa yɛnkɔ parliament ha na ɔmo aselect mu 275 sɛ ɔmmra na mmesi ɔmo anan mu wɔ ha na monhwɛ ɔman no hyehyɛ mmara ne nneɛma a yɛde bɛbɔ yɛn ho ban a ghana obiara yɛwɔ ɛfɛ ne yɛ mpuntuo bɛtumi akɔ so na mobɛboa ne sɛ moba na sɛ political party interest na mode ba a nti sɛ mede ɔmo ho yaw yie pa a ɔwɔ sɛ ɔmo hwɛ na ɛwɔ mu sɛ party interest ne wɔ party ne ɛbɔ ɔmo baeɛ nanso the nation's interest and also the country's interest should be your priority a ɛnsɛ sɛ wohwɛ so na wodi political party n'akyi na ɔmo ayɛ sɛ na ɔmo remote control ɛyɛ ɔmo leaders na ɔmo yɛ pɛ a ɔbɛhu na ɔmo asɛgi ebi mu ɔmo wɔ akyiri na ɔmo astate ɛyɛ dede nti
ɔmo anna ɔmo wɔ akyiri a wohwɛ side ha sɛ yɛasɛ kakra bi na dede yɛ aba mu no sɛ wohwɛ sitting arrangements no a Sam George Javier Sosu Murtala Mohammed ɛna Edward Power ɛna Kosobu John Jinapɔ so ɛtimu ɛwɔ hɔ no mu bi saa group no na sɛ anwummere bibia bɛhyɛ ase firi ɔmo ho sɛ woyi baabi a dongo ti a odi mirika de nna akɔbɔ adeɛ no a nea ɛkɔ so nyinaa dodoɔ no afiri ɔmo a asɛ ɔmo wɔ saa yɛ nifa so ɛwɔ ha sɛ ɔmo aso na asa asɔre a ɔmo gyina hɔ ɛhɔ na Kennedy Japan akɔgyina a enim sese deɛ ɔhwɛ a Javier Soso ayɛ soba kakra watena ase din ɛhwɛ ne phone so din ɛwɔ hɔ nom nti General aba nti menim sɛ meeting no asɛ ɔmo awie ɔne ne deputy ɛna wɔn mu abɛn General Sedu Nketia ɛne ne deputy otukɔ no ɔmo pie no ɔmo akɔ aba nti sesei no enim nea akɔsi akyire hɔ nom nea yɛhwɛ yɛ nea ɛbɛpie mu ɛwɔ inside ase because decision bi a ɔmo bɛteki no megye di sɛ ɔmo bɛba abɛka no floor ha sɛ ama yɛatumi ate bi eti adwummere yi ɛbrɛ ne wɔm so adwuma nipa afa ato ne ho so sɛ ɔbɛyɛ ara no ti yɛda so ɛwɔ ha sei yɛhwɛ MPs n'ankasa koraa na ifo ɔmo abrɛ bebree da kɔfe na ntumi ɔmo kɔfe na anyɛ adwuma because still na amanfoɔ da sɛ wohwɛ mu a education minister kai ɔyɛ anyina nsa no kɔ ne saa na akɔsi so kim woanyɛ kɔɔso no a wobɛda ebisɛ ebi ɛyɛ dede na ebi so abrɛ paa ebi abrɛ education minister sɛ gye sɛ obi push no because ɔyɛ a na otonko na ne ti yɛ asi fam this is Isunimu. We heard line is something for also no. And say, a man for yabre, a man for yabre. We na ya can say Krube Humba Habihu. You be me a sovetain a cankainty, and they Kakrabaku via Kakrabaku squad nana me come myself no. Mutala Mohammed, John Jinapo, Edward Bauer, Yusuf Jaja, Omona Omafe Chihono. Some George are quiet. Some George are quiet. Say with him say, it's a car phone, a car nine. Omona Chihono more air corner. Some George and they have used us today say, Omuti Hoodie, I said, Ubi a train, set Clark a bebem, Nanya, it was a cosono. Na penifon so obo ban no mashas no say yadaka no omkita mu den omkita mu den ebi omusure se obi besan behwemu so besan bebo omkita mu na omgina ho no mu din iti abusuan say ye wa twen mu ehwe se klaka wo sorry yesesa ne niema call ye no obesan aba ame ahwe se yebetumi ato so na ya to aba no decision omo de beba no and also any original decision be on betiki so no se clerk nya bedru a obe announce am ye hu se abato no wo beto e bia nhyehyeye wo hu ni because so far asama o ka kyeye rules and as nhyehyeye fa abato no ho a o announce ya ansa no moto abana ne se ye wo abato no ye wo ne seso e wo ha sei etoda na ne speaker tenase na bia asem bi no pese oputi question na obisa se more mutechi no monka say the eyes no man can say for those in favor say aye no man can those against say no then ubete bi onu ma yete aye ne kese no kese ba still yes the eye service na say akọ ama baby ebekọ and ya won ne pajansa so wo hono mo but we clerk ka che say enye pajansa and enye ne ene ye de beji so eyokokomu abato iti wo a wobeto no ma obi emu iti se samra no betumi edi so se abato no ekokomu asem no eno ne ade a akofa nchi no ahwe aba no ma se national security minister afre interior minister chese omo ehia ewachi hono mo iti security so ne omudi be free mo aba no because se security na amemu enyi ni se ade no mbeye no ebetumi akoso eti yehwe to the two security ministers, national security minister and interior minister masori afechi honomu enti leaders no so eyo mo meeting na national security minister and interior minister so sorry omoso omo yo meeting ti abusua yebehwe wo bambu mu eni
guys, I will say a very good evening to everyone. Those in Ghana will say good morning. I know they're looking at the time now. I didn't batch in Ghana. Some of us we've waited for a while. It's unfortunate say the see but then we're all anticipating saying everybody say it all started from the conduct of the elections and I resorted to it. But this is a very important exercise. I think it will take place. In a sense, they need to do that so that the Chief Justice will swear the Speaker in. That will pave way for the inauguration of the President coming tomorrow, which I believe 7 January. Now, looking at Hala, Omatanase is 11:14 p.m. on the Eastern Time. On the GMT, is around 4:14 p.m. Now, so are they even going to get enough rest in Ponomotumia for inauguration? I mean, it's kind of late here, so I'll leave you guys here. I hope say end up and I end down sorry or US next something good actually coming out of Adiomu. I mean politics sometimes there's a need for compromises and consensus building because whatever be the case as much as more challenging the presidential elections, this is also entirely different exercise. So they shouldn't back on what has happened, more they sabotage this process. They should pave way. On this note, I'll just say I will thank everybody for a moment in your time and me go through this exercise. All right.